I was sharing an office with 2 other inventors, and then, so, but in the course of this inquiry, you may stumble into new knowledge. It doesn't mean that you must discover something new. Some persons think that everybody will have to discover something new, and they push themselves. No, it shouldn't be so. Well, if there's anything that I love to do, is to enjoy whatever I do. So learning should be enjoyed, playing should be enjoyed, everything you do should be enjoyed. Even when you have a misunderstanding, you should enjoy it. You should enjoy the process of trying to express yourself or resolve it. And you say, how do you enjoy when you have a misunderstanding? One, you mind your language. You don't say because you are in disagreement with somebody, you begin to use abusive language. You focus on the content or what you are not happy with, not on that person. You don't now begin to go personal like Donald Trump. Somebody is interviewing you, and then you just go say, look at your face, it's red. What has that got to do with the interview? So that is quite important. So these are the approaches. Now you now say, with all these approaches that you have listed, which one should I use the most? I tell you, you need to use all of them. There'll be time when you have to involve the constructive approach, some other times collaborative, reflective, integrative, and also inquiry. So all these approaches are to be used by all teachers. And it's your duty to identify where you need one and the other. Okay, now let's talk about curriculum development. Curriculum development is a planned and thoughtful, no, it has not reached hand. Curriculum development is a planned, thoughtful, and deliberate course of action that ultimately enhance the quality and impact of the learning experience for students. It is a planned. So if you are going to develop a curriculum or improve on the one that is already developed, first it has to be planned, and it has to be thoughtful. That is based on data that you collect, and it has to be a deliberate course of action. That is, you must determine that you want to achieve some improvements on the curriculum or a better way of doing what you're already doing. And it includes the development of organic learning outcomes. So we know we already have curriculums in our, recently the NUC is driving something, that's the CCMAS. I don't know how much they were able to drive into medicine anyway, but they drove it so much into our own area in education. But it's good anyway. At least it gave opportunity for us to be able to be unique in ourselves, even though they have what they call the minimum standards. So there are steps in curriculum development. And I'm going to tell you this, maybe later on I'll recommend what I think the college should do to ensure that our curriculum is top-notch, that is, meets the requirements of today and prepare our students for tomorrow. If there is anything that we can say in the world today, everything is changing with a high speed. The only thing is that we hope that the fuel price, the speed will reduce in changing. But everything is changing with a high speed. So whatever it is that is knowledge today may be obsolete in another 5 years. So maybe then before the student even graduates, the knowledge that he priced in is no more useful, as it were, because sometimes technology have taken advantage of some things, some routines. Just like I remember now, my professor who taught me statistics in my PhD, one of them anyway, but this particular one, now blessed memory, Professor Badmos, Demola Badmos, he was angry with me and some of my classmates when he gave us some assignments to compute in statistics and we used the computer. He said, what's wrong with you? When will you learn? He was more interested then in going to check the tables and determine the significant point, whereas the computer already had the p-value, so you don't have to go to the tables. So he said to us, you people are lazy. You know, we used to do this manually, and you don't want to do anything. Good enough, he just had 2 years to retire. So I was happy that this man at least will leave soon, because he's not going to trouble us like this. And of course, he taught us a lot, but he was more interested in our doing it manually. But the computers have come and have taken away the steam from the heat from the steam, so we could cope. So in any case, it wasn't 4 years after that. They also brought me in to start teaching that course, and I told them, just give me the area, just you people go and teach those other ones. Allow me to teach the area that will be based on the use of the computer. Teach. So we now redesigned the program, and now had 40% entirely based on the computer, 60% the old. But as we speak today, we just have 20% of the old, 80% now based on the computer, because I entered in more, I was pushing away the old and bringing in the new. And it is better for the learners because they're able to cope and they're able to relate with, so as it is, that was a form of curriculum development for preparing them for tomorrow. So nobody is talking about statistical tables anymore. You feed in your data into, typically we use the SPSS, and it's going to give you an output with the p-value. So you only need to know how to interpret the p-value and report your results. And then they need to know that now when you are using the hand to calculate, it gives you only the area that you are working on, but with the computer, it gives you so many things you don't need. So you should be able to identify, just like going to the market. Everything in the market is beautiful, but you must know what you need to pick, or else you'll be in the market all day and you will not be able to get what you want. So from the computer output, we emphasize on being able to pick what is needed and what is essential to interpret our variables, and then that is what we do. So we focus more now on ability to interpret those data and make meaning out of them. I would have said something, but I won't say that. But maybe since I thought of it, why not say it? My first daughter, I remember we were outside the country then, and we got to a particular mall, and we got to the toys section. He said, Daddy, tell them to take all these toys to our house. I know you have the card to pay. Just give them the card. But all these toys, let them go to. I say, yes, fine, little girl, we will do that, but not today. The only thing is that there's no vehicle to take it. So when the vehicle is ready, they will take it. So you see, you can have so much good, but you need to know how to select the ones that you need. Okay, thank you. So let's now talk about the steps in curriculum development. The first thing we do in curriculum development is that there must be needs assessments. And you need to write a rationale behind that curriculum development. We know that the curriculum of today may be good enough for today, but it's not good enough for tomorrow. So we must always be able to move ahead. There are instruments that you use in the hospitals now, and very soon you'll find out that they are no more useful. Reason being that they are better instruments. Okay? If there's an area that I think, I don't know, but I think have developed so much is those in because you can't, the doctors will not even tell you to do anything now without saying go and do tests. Even malaria, they say go and do tests. There was a time you go to the doctor, they just look at you, do eye, and then they just start to write. But now they will write, first you go to, you understand that? Because, and you see some old school doctors, particularly the older ones, they say no, I mean, they don't have to. But you find out that it's better to tell the new ones that you must go this route. Because like yesterday you heard that some persons, instead of thinking of how the patients will get well, is how to get litigation against the practitioner. And then they tell you, you are not following the approved standard practice. So that is why you must let them know that whereas it may have worked in the previous times, it may not work now. So what we do is, what do we do when we are doing this assessment is to be able to determine the gaps of what between the current and the desired outcome. Where are the weaknesses? What are we doing well that we need to enforce or reinforce? And what is it that is not so well that we need to start doing well? So there's a need for an opportunity for improvement within a particular process or system when you identify and resolve needs. You know, there are some needs that are there, they are not core, they are not the essentials, but even though they need to be exposed to it, so it's better to major on the major than to major on the minor. So at this point of needs assessment, you now establish the core, which you emphasize that everyone needs to know. Then the other level wherein is good, and there's another level where whether they know it or not is not as crucial as the first two levels. So you do needs assessment, and then the next is to determine and prioritize content. Okay, thank you. Determine and prioritize contents. Determining content is identifying and defining the matter a field of study deals with. Most often than not, we have this already in our contents. So, but you must now be sure that it is relevant to the training of the individuals. So, and we do this by prioritizing. So we review the contents, determine what is most essential to be covered during the period of instruction, then apply explicit criteria to rate and rank importance. So the rating and ranking of importance of a content over another should not be based on your personal judgment. There should be set criteria. In which area is technology running wide? You identify it, and then you know that you must involve your students in that nature of technology. So you identify core needs and other needs. And after doing that, then you write out the specific content that should be covered, and the one that are most essential should be given the priority. Okay, thank you. So you also write goals and objectives, because if you are going to be able to achieve success in training those you have desire to train, there must be clear goals. Goals are general statements which we want to achieve. Objectives are quantifiable, so they are specific statements that we make in the course of the execution of the goals. And usually we begin writing the objectives by identifying action verbs. So in objectives, it has to be written with action verbs. That is, that the candidate or the student should be able to perform an action, such as write, state, define, describe, demonstrate. These are action verbs to show whether they have learned what they are supposed to learn, because the purpose of the objective is what you fall back on to determine whether they have learned or not. And while using these verbs, it must be impactful. It must show what the content intends them to learn. And then it should be time bound. There should be time within which one will be able to respond to the items that you present. Okay? Like some things must be decided on within a short time. And you know the areas in your practice where that is needed. I know that there are some exams they write in fine and applied arts. Some exams are written for 3 days. So the students come to the examination hall. They are given the question paper. And they go. They may decide to start that day. The only thing is that all things that must be done will be done in the examination venue. So they start. It may be drawing a real life, what do they call that one? Where the model. You'll be drawing a real life model. So the model sits and they start. By the next day, the model comes again to sit and they start. So in between the time they go and come, they discuss with some other persons. It doesn't matter. It's part of what is needed there. And then, for your own area, you should determine time bound, because time is of essence. If somebody that's supposed to be given a particular treatment today do not get it today, and he waits till 3 days later, that's why people tell us we should come early to the hospitals, you know. They say once you just come early. I don't like the questions they ask doctors. People ask, say, when did you start experiencing this? What's your business? Treat me of what I have brought. Because sometimes some of us don't come early. So it's a hard question. And if you don't want to lie, say, maybe for 3 weeks now. So you mean you have been experiencing for 3 weeks? I thought it will go on its own. It's not, it didn't go, that's why I'm here. So, as the thing is, time is of essence. So the time that the students should respond to the questions is important. And then you should have a statement that shows whether the desired objective has been achieved and to what extent it has been achieved. There should be a statement to that. Okay? So now we'll just, they already gave me 10 minutes. I'm sure 2 minutes is out of that. So let's move a little quicker. Selecting teaching stroke educational strategies. Teaching strategies are methods, techniques, procedures, and processes that the teacher uses during instruction. Now, there are various teaching strategies. No one is perfect in itself. That is, they are all interdependent. So, which means, as the need requires it, you adopt different teaching strategies. But as a teacher, you need to plan on what strategy you will use to teach a particular content. And then you also see whether your students are responding or not. If they are responding, fine. If they are not responding, you may need to adopt some other methods. But again, the methods that involve students doing something is the best. But you find out that you cannot use that to teach all the contents because there will not be enough time. So that is why, whereas you must identify where they will have to perform for you to see, then when it comes to the area of acquiring knowledge, which will form their level of understanding, you may still adopt the method of exposing them to the knowledge, giving them some assignments to expand their horizon, and then when it comes to the area of practice, the focus should be on seeing what they do so that you are able to determine that they have learned. Then implementation of the curriculum. Who is the implementer of the curriculum? Well, maybe we'll talk about the process. Curriculum implementation is the process of putting ideas, concepts, and policy into practice to bring about changes in knowledge, skills, and values of students. You see, no matter what knowledge you have, you're being able to make yourself first benefit from that knowledge, and whoever you are serving and the society benefit from it. Your values matter. So that is why in any learning environment, you must identify the values that are backward, but that some persons may hold on to, and deliberately discourage that. Like in our own society, because we grew, the foundation of our culture is essentially patriarchal, so it's a belief that the men will do better than the women, but we have seen that it's not so, not anymore, because I know now we are going to have convocation soon. The last 3 or so that I have attended, only that the males still happen to escape with the best graduating students overall in the university, but most often than not is the females that get the prizes, even in engineering. So, but you see, you must deliberately discourage students from those things that makes them feel one group is superior or inferior to the other. Like if it's in the United States, their focus will be on race. The idea that, the black man is not as smart as the white man, even though it's not true, but some people hold on to it and then they want to defend it. And so these are things that have to do with values. Or like now in our country, it's almost believed that the way to succeed is to be a manipulator, which is not the truth. You can still succeed by honest work. So while teaching, you should have that in mind, because at the end of it all, when somebody is well trained and is very intelligent and doesn't have values, it's going to hurt the society more than benefiting the society. Just imagine a computer scientist who is a genius and he doesn't have values. We do that some of the that we have seen some on the social media, and then we've also heard of some real life cases where somebody just interferes with the computer program and is not so greedy, but with any money that is coming into the coffers of that organization, it just takes 1 naira. And you understand it, and that is because he knows where to just interfere with the program and do something to it. That's someone without values. It shouldn't be so. And I also imagine that it will also happen in your own profession. That instead of paying attention to the patient in the public space, they rather come to your private clinic before you give special attention. It shouldn't be so. So when we teach skills, we should also teach values, because at the end of it all, the values is what will last beyond the skills. So when implementing any curriculum, focus should be on, does the implementation of this curriculum provide for values? Curriculum implementation entails putting into practice the prescribed course of study, syllabus, and subjects, which will help the students to acquire knowledge and experience as the learning process goes on. So in a curriculum implementation program, there should be a schedule of instruction, which is the teaching plan. We have course outlines, we have timetables, and then the curriculum delivery, then the monitoring process to ensure that what is expected to be done is done. I'm sure that is where I think most of our public universities should be more involved. The duty of HOD is to ensure that lecturers go to class when they should go, and if they miss classes, they should provide for alternatives to make up for it. But I'm not sure that most HODs are bold enough to do that, but it's part of the curriculum implementation. So the beauty of a conference like this is that we are able to say things as they are so that we can start improving and make it better. I'm not saying that you should look at your HOD and say this one is not doing it, or you remember and say when I'm HOD I know what I will do. Of course, whatever you are going to implement is better to be civil than militant. I mean, you can already see that in the way our president removed fuel subsidy. That was military. That was not civilian pattern. Before you remove fuel subsidy, you should have sat down, discuss, and then know how to take care of the fallouts. So I know some of you take tea with the president, so tell him I said so. And if he wants information, I can serve as a consultant. Thank you. Say, well, why can you say that about the president? That's why what we enjoy in the republic. It's a republic and it's a democratic republic. So our leaders are accountable to us. Okay? So you must also have a process of identifying slow learners. There are some people who will not pick up quickly. So identify them and have a way of letting them know, and then encourage active learners. There are some who are quick in learning. So if you identify them also, find a way to give them better tasks, because we always need them. There will be some persons who will be exceptionally good, and they should be encouraged. And the ones who are slow, they should also be encouraged to join the pack. Sometimes you may need to get somebody to follow some up. Okay? Then the feedback process is very important in the process of implementation. There must be a feedback process. Like now, like in our area, we have continuous assessment, which is CA, which is 30% of the score. But I can't guarantee feedback. So, but I've had to talk to my colleagues on this and tell them, look, if you see it without feedback, then it's not good enough. It's supposed to prepare them to be able to do better. So we must think of bringing out tests. Okay, my time is up. Okay, but since I still have the microphone, let me finish quickly. Okay, it's all right. I think that is fine. So while evaluating, then evaluation of the curriculum, we use these. I will just list them. No need to describe them anymore. Questionnaires to assess attitudes. We should be interested in how people see what we do, even your students. You understand that? It's not, they are not judging you. They are only expressing what you do and what they don't like. You understand that? Like for me, I attended an all-boys school, and when people talk about bullying, it was a normal way of relationship. But I was surprised the other day. She was still much younger then, maybe 7 years old, my second daughter. And we're having morning devotion. And said, okay, let us lead us in the prayer. The first prayer that came out of her mouth is, Father God, deliver my from bullying. He said, as far as she is concerned, I was a bully. I mean, I thought that was just teaching her the ways of life. So you may not know, you may think that you are helping them, and then of course I had to explain, no, it's not bullying, I'm just, because sometimes you want me to pet you, and I feel that I will be making you too weak, and I refuse to pet you. You don't call that bullying. And I start to explain. So your students should be able to respond back to you how they feel about whatever you are doing. But I'm not a bully. I'm a very gentle, responsible father. But I do not spare the rod to spoil the child. And then, of course, sometimes your children, they'll be just like you. They will remember that section in the Bible that says, don't provoke your children to, and I say remind them that honor your father and your mother. So everyone have their own. The Bible is complete. So we use questionnaires, very important. Then there should be direct observations of the learning environment. Learning environment is crucial. Is it actually, are people able to learn from that environment? When I became dean, I observed that because of our large population, some students don't come to class because it's overcrowded. So I had to tell the exam officer, we must make the timetable that nobody will not have a seat when they come to class. And because of that, we stretched ourselves. Instead of the usual 6 groups, we now had 9 groups. And then, so no student will say, I didn't go to class because it's overcrowded. We took care of that. So we must observe the learning environment, and it's the duty of the heads of department to do that. And you as a lecturer, if you see that it is so, there's no reason not to split into different groups. Some can come in the morning, some can come in the evening or afternoon, as the case may be. Interviews with faculty and students. There should be interviews that you conduct to find out whether what you are doing it well. It's important. The debriefing sessions with students at the end of the course. Let the students tell you what challenges they have, what the area they consider difficult, what they think that you could have done better, and then you can also tell them what you think that they should have done better. That kind of system is needed for curriculum enhancement. Okay? Then review of test questions. So you give a test, make sure that they are valid and they are reliable. So I think that is what I have to tell you about this lecture. Then I have one recommendation, or maybe more than one, but primarily I believe that there's a need for the college to have a committee for curriculum development. If they don't have already, they have. And if they have already, like I see the DVC admin is nodding that they have, it should be quite systematized. That is, they should have a time where they report and they meet with faculty, with the other staff on what their findings are, what to do and what not to do, and how to improve on it. And then in the course of it, the committee should identify the needs that is possible and also generated from faculty, the needs that will be needed, what will be needed to make the curriculum prepare the learners, not just for today, but for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
The questions session.
Yes, thank you.
So I should still be standing here.
No, please sit down. Thank you. Another round of applause for our very distinguished speaker on the plenary session today. I will take the mic to the chair and the co-chair. Okay. Yes. After the question.
Thank you very much, MC, Dr. Harrison Omakwa. You must agree with me that, I don't know, how many of you really found the lecture very interesting? I'm sure all of us. If you ask me, Professor Morgiwa has said everything with regards to teaching and learning. After all that he has said, I now wonder what again is there in Faculty of Education for them to teach students? He has said everything. If this is all about, I'm sure there are other things that they didn't. So this morning when we started, we discussed about lecturers having a postgraduate diploma in education, and I think it would be a good idea, and this is all that is going to be about. And then at the end, like it is now, I wish he can give us a certificate on because he has said everything, so we don't need so it's actually time for questions and answers. But let me just quickly remind you of a few things that he has said. He started by defining what education is all about, and then he went ahead to talk about pedagogy, which is actually the method of teaching, imparting knowledge. You know, I particularly found it very interesting because I've received lectures on this before, and he said almost everything. So he went ahead to talk about the methodology, the techniques. Then he talked about the approaches, different approach that you can use as a teacher, as a lecturer, which is very important. He mentioned the constructive, the collaborative, the reflective. He spent a little more time on the reflective approach, integrative, and then inquiry-based. And in the reflective, which from what he presented, I think is actually the best, because what happened is that you finish giving the lecture, you go back, did they understand? To tell you the honest truth, there's this joke about when you finish teaching, you ask the student, do you understand? They will all say yes, isn't it? Then the student now say, what is the need setting exam for me when you ask me whether I understood? Why do you have to set the exam again? But I think the exam is to ensure that, okay, I've taught you this. Did you know it? That is the essence of the exam. Otherwise, there would have been no need. You teach medical students everything about how to make a diagnosis. At the end, you say, okay, fine, no need for exam, go. But by the time the patient starts dying, you now understand that they did not impart any knowledge. So there are so many things. Curriculum development, he even touched on curriculum development and even implementation. At the end, he now asks whether we have a committee, and I'm very sure we have a committee in the college to implement to develop the curriculum. But there's a question he himself asked on who is to implement the curriculum. And I think somebody will still ask him that question as you go along, okay? So I want to really stop here. He recommended that we should have that committee. I don't know whether you have anything you want to add. Because of time, so I want to stop. He said a lot of things which I noted it down. So I think it's time for us to now ask him a question, ask him one or two things you think he did not touch, which there is one, but I want you to ask first. So is there any, can I know the numbers of those who have questions so that we can number and then we can make it as brief as possible? Hello? Did you understand everything? So no me.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank Professor Morogiwa for that very engaging and detailed lecture. Please, let's clap for that lecture again. It was really, really, really nice. And I think, like Chairman has said, we have learned a lot, especially as medical educators. We're supposed to be taking questions and answers now. Maybe let me start from questions from the audience, and then we will now bring in a bit of us. MC, sir, how do we go about it? Will they come to we'll pass the microphone. Okay, so please, if there are any questions from what Prof has, the lecture Prof has given, please let's hear it now so that we can quickly handle that. Thank you. Yes, the gun doctor has raised up his hand. Any other question? I think we should take 3 questions. Any other one? I'm not even seeing everybody. Okay. Yeah. Making up their minds.
Our protocol duly observed. Thank you very much for the lecture. Please, you said that as we implement curriculum that we are expected to assess the students with an attitude questionnaire. I don't know who should do that. Is it the department, the lecturer that taught the course, or the school as a group? Thank you. That's what I want to get.
Thank you, Professor Azodo. Any other question? Okay, I think Prof can answer that one. Maybe if another one comes up.
Thank you. The issue of who should do that, we'll leave that to essentially the committee, the curriculum implementation committee should have a program that will enable them have feedback. A lecturer can do that with the students. The department can also organize a kind of forum where all these lecturers are there, and then the students say what they think is not being well done and how it can be improved on, and the lecturers also respond. And there can also be, because it's better that it's organized, because curriculum implementation involves a systematic process. It has to be planned, so that whatever information or fallouts from such interaction can be streamed into the implementation process, as it were, to improve the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But Prof, I want to find out at this point, I thought many of these feedback assessments are better done anonymized, that you do not know who is saying what, so that they can be open and give their honest opinions, and they're not worried about the lecturer, noting them for anything negative. What do you think about that? So I think that's probably why the questionnaires, maybe the person to handle it could be somebody that is not, that's my own thinking, but I don't know what you say about that.
Yes, you see, we cannot rule out the culture of a society from the way people respond. We know in our society, people are taught to be silent even when they are suffering, and for fear of victimization. So it's good that you are saying this. Lecturers should be encouraged to know that if students express whatever they express, it's not intended against you as a person. And if it is, maybe it's an opportunity to make some amends, because what they cannot say before you, they say it behind you. And when you do not have the power that you exercise over them when they leave, that is the conviction they will have, and that's how they will respond to you or anything that relates to you thereafter. So we should not encourage students to be afraid, but they should be respectful when they also even make their comments. They should be honest, not trying to set up a lecturer. That has to do with the issue of values. But if for any reason we also know that not all students will still come out openly to speak, that's the way questionnaires can come in, and you can also devise a way of they are writing and submitting anonymously, and then it's read out. Concerning EDU 211 Group A, these are comments that we got from students. We read it, not in particular mentioning a student's name. So the lecturer of that course, we know that these are the opinion they have about me, and it should be an opportunity to defend himself, to justify why he did what he did or why he's so. So it should be a kind of an effort to make progress, not to victimize or harass. But if the students are still going to be afraid, then we shouldn't give them the opportunity to be afraid, so we'll make it anonymous as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Moragiwa. Thank you very much. I also have a question. In the course of his presentation, he mentioned slow learners and active learners. I told you I attended a course on pedagogy on how to teach adults, not really children or smaller group of people. Now, the question I would like to ask him, in the course of teaching, like medical students now, how would you be able to identify the slow learners and the active learners in the course of teaching them?
Okay, well, the easiest way to identify whether a student is learning with speed or learning slowly is to administer quizzes and tests. You have had 3 meetings with them, and then you inform them that in the 4th meeting, we are going to start with a quiz. Just some short questions. It may even be multiple choice questions. Let them respond. And then they indicate their names, and you'll be able to identify. Because there are some things that you will think that they have learned, or they should have learned over time, and you see the one, then you'll be able to know that some of them may have challenges. But you don't judge with one test. If you give 2, at least 3, and you find out that there's a consistent low performance of a candidate, of a student, then you can ask, you can devise a way. And sometimes some students perform poorly, not because they are not intelligent, not because they are not slow learners, sorry, not because they are not quick learners themselves, but they may be having some psychological problems. Some of them, some issues about home, some issues about friends, and sometimes about relationship. Maybe a boyfriend decided to say, I'm running away, and run away with her friend. That could be a problem. Because, a boy have been taking care of a girl only to find out that she is now with another person, and the person she is with is stronger than him. And if he dare coughs, he may start having problems. I mean, these are things. So when you now have a student, you find out you'll be able to identify what the problem is. So it may be from home. Daddy and mommy may be having some arguments and it's overflowing. So, or it may also be economic crisis. The person who used to pay fees or take care of the upkeep himself is having a health challenge, and so it's not there. So these things, so like that we can, and if such cases arise, we will be able to send them to the counselor to help solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Can we clap for Professor Morogiwa again? Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Harry. You have something?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. We invite you, Mr. Chairman, for the presentation of plaque to our distinguished presenter this morning. Please, let's have it in the middle of the pulpit. While we're on that, I want to once again announce that this glass case was found yesterday in the hall, and the owner should come and claim it. We also have a case of a missing laptop bag with a laptop inside. Please, if you found it, it's brown, report to the committee.
So we have come to the end of this session. So thank you very much, Speaker and Chairman. Thank you everybody.
Thank you for this, this co-chair.
So the next
So we move right away to the next plenary section. We have actually spent so much time we're lagging behind, so we're going to be fast about this. The second plenary session for today will be taken by Professor T.W. Udeze, T. Waka Udeze. I would like him to come to the high table, and the chairman for this session will be Professor Sado, the provost, who will stand in. And then the co-chair is Dr. Iroha, please. to the high table. Thank you. A round of applause for them. The topic and the theme is integrating digital technologies in medical education, trends, opportunities, and challenges. We'll be taking the abridged citation for this distinguished speaker on this topic.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Okay, it's afternoon now. I'm pleased that the hall is filling up. When we started out, it was a bit discouraging, but I'm sure, like our usual busy selves, we are done with whatever else that we do, and then we have time for our conference now. So I welcome everybody to this section, the plenary section 3, title Integrating Digital Technologies in Medical Education, Trends, Opportunities, and Challenging. And we are so blessed this morning or this afternoon to have in our midst somebody who I've known for a long time to be in the forefront of digital technology and its uses in education, especially health education. He is also the director of our ICT unit in the University of Benin, under whose watch there has been a massive transformation, and we know that the transformation is work in progress. So it's my pleasure now to invite our speaker to the podium. Please help me welcome Professor Tony Waka-Udeze. A round of applause for him.
Thank you. We'll take the brief citation of our distinguished speaker of today. Professor Anthony Waka-Udeze is a distinguished professor of clinical pharmacy and pharmacy practice at the University of Benin. In addition to his professorship, he serves as the Director of Information and Communication Technologies /CRPU at this institution. His career features broadcast academy and professional roles, extensive research and leadership within both the pharmaceutical and healthcare sectors. His expertise shines in pharmacoeconomics, drugs, therapy, and health outcomes. Professor Udeze's work includes significant consultancy roles for global organizations such as Novartis, UNODC, USAID, NIHR, Chemicals, NCDC, and the Federal Ministry of Health. Distinguished guests, a round of applause for that. He is also involved in educational activities, serving as external examiner at various universities, including Kenyatta University in Nairobi, Kenya. His contribution to the pharmacy education, public health policy, and healthcare innovations continue to have a substantial impact both locally and internationally. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we present Professor Waka-Udeze. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am pleased to be with you. Yes, slideshow. It's not coming up. should cover my laptop. Yes, let me tell you. It's okay to bring my laptop. Bring my laptop. Okay. Sorry for that brief interruption in transmission. Okay. So my name is Professor Tony Waka Udezi. I am the Director of ICT here in the University of Benin. What I want to discuss with you this afternoon is titled Integrating Digital Technologies in Medical Education, Trends and Challenges, is what we want to talk about. Now, by way of introduction, I will take you through the current trends that we have in digital technology as it relates to medical education. We'll look at their benefits, and then we will discuss the challenges that could occur or the barriers that could prevent us from being able to adapt those technologies. Finally, we'll look at the strategies that will help us to integrate those technologies into education. Now, if you look at the industries, I have no doubt that you would have seen pictures of robots assembling cars with very minimal human interference. We also have computer vision, whereby when there is spillage in a particular industry, automatically the system will give instruction to robots that will come over and clean that spillage. So right from time, the manufacturing industries outside this country have adopted technologies in their manufacturing processes. So the time has come for medical education to adopt some of those processes and translate them into the training of medical professionals and their students. So in this presentation, I'm actually going to explore the key trends, look at the challenges associated in incorporating them into medical education, and see the way forward. Now, one of these trends that has not yet been maximized is learning management systems. So the electronic management system could help us to upload courses in terms of videos, in terms of lecture notes, and even assessments that we want to give to those who are learning to find out if, yes, they understand the material that we are teaching them, is something that is important, not only for the medical educators themselves, but also for those who they are teaching. In a blended learning system, students could come to class, interact with the lecturer, but they may not understand everything that they were taught. But in their spare time, because of the flexibility involved, when they get home, they can go online, view the videos, read the notes, and actually take tests. Students that are having difficulty in a particular area of a course, and then it will make suggestions to those students on further learning so that they will be well grounded in order to be able to improve their understanding of the current course that they are taking. So the artificial intelligence system that is integrated into the e-learning management system will be able to individualize their responses tailored to a particular learner, so that every person is not put in a box. Because some people learn faster than others. Why some people will just listen to you and they understand. Other people need to see video demonstrations of what is being done, or actually have a hands-on experience for them to be able to cope with the material that they are interacting with. Now, we have different forms of e-learning management systems. We have Moodle, we have Blackboard. Now, Blackboard is a proprietary software, whereas Moodle is open source that can be customized. Now, we can actually give virtual lectures. For instance, as I'm speaking to you now, this lecture is on YouTube. So those who are not right here in the hall can hear what I am saying, and they can also see the slides that I am presenting to you. So apart from YouTube, you have Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, Zoom. We can use all that as for our visual classroom as well. So there are other mobile apps that can be integrated into learning management system. And that type of integration becomes very important because the kind of learners we have today, we call them Gen Z. So they are always looking at their screens and pressing buttons on their screens. So while we have difficulty getting most of them into the classroom, it becomes easier if we go into their phones and meet them there. So that is the importance that learning management system can have. Another trend that is also taking hold is medical electronic systems or electronic health records. They are taking hold as well. Now, these electronic medical records, they are actually centralized digital repositories that store information relating to patients. They have the advantage of added security in the sense that when you compare them to paper case notes, if you don't have the password, you will not be able to enter the system. And even if you do have a password and you enter the system, you may not be allowed to see all the information that pertains to a particular patient. So you may be able to see a subset of patients, or you may only be able to see the area of specialization that concerns you. For instance, if you are not a medical practitioner, you might not be able to see some other areas, okay? So you may see things relating to your physiotherapy if that is what concerns you. So that is an added security that electronic medical records could have. However, hackers, those who have made their profession to be hacking, might still be able to break into that system. But do we have a solution? Yes, we do. So comes in blockchain. Maybe when you hear about blockchain, your mind goes straight to Bitcoin, okay? Yes, but apart from Bitcoin, apart from financial services, medical education can adapt blockchain in preserving electronic medical records. The kind of electricity that is required to hack a blockchain can serve the whole of Edo State for 1 year. So it becomes difficult for one man to use that type of resources in hacking a system. Because first of all, you need to ask yourself, what are you going to benefit if I hack the system? So is it economically viable for me to do so? So what is the relevance of incorporating electronic medical records into the training of either doctors or our own students? We can use, you see, because of the large data, okay, the big data that is inside, we can use it to study prescribing patterns. So for a particular disease, okay, how are the prescribers, okay, how are the prescribers handling a particular disease? How is the diagnosis going? And what are the key features, the key characteristics that goes into identifying a particular subgroup of patients? So when we get this information from the medical records, is it possible that one of the residents is prescribing in a way that is not safe for those patients? So in a form of academic detailing, we can have an interaction with that person based on the information we have. That look, 90% of patients who were treated this way based on what we have seen from the medical records, they have a very good prognosis. So for that reason, adjust your prescribing pattern to follow this, because this is what the evidence is saying. We can only be able to do that if we look at electronic medical records that are broad-based. Again, we have telemedicine. Now, for telemedicine, those who are in a very remote area, okay, can have access to medical experts that are located even outside their own country. So there could be interaction with other patients or with colleagues, professional colleagues. They can even be directing someone else to take surgery. And where it is integrated into robotic arms, they can actually perform the surgery while they are not physically present in that location, by using their system to control the robotic arm to do the incision on the patient. So telemedicine can give us not just virtual consultations or monitoring of patients, but access to highly trained medical experts that are not physically present in our own location. Now, I will talk about electronic records and telemedicine. These can be better harnessed if they are integrated with artificial intelligence. Now, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we are actually talking about the ability of an inanimate object, okay, displaying intelligence as if he is able to think for itself like a human being. That is what we are really talking about. So machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. So without going into so much details about that, we can use those technologies in the internet of medical things. You may have heard of Internet of Things. So we can also talk about the Internet of Medical Things, yeah, where you can have robots carry out medical procedures, okay, just because they have been infused with machine learning, so they are able to think as if they are human experts. Now, the first expert that was actually developed is called Mycin, which was used for the diagnosis of meningitis. Yes, it can take It can do diagnosis because it simply look at signs and symptoms the patient will complain about, then you feed it with the laboratory results, it combines everything together, and is able to arrive at a diagnosis of meningitis. So, when we go a step further by integrating this into robots, we will now be able to actually do more than just diagnosis. So, when we have this electronic medical records that is loaded with a lot of data, so we now begin to think about big data. So for instance, if we have a national hub, and then we have patients from Sokoto, from Jos, from Benin, Port Harcourt, they are all integrated into an electronic medical record system. And then you put in artificial intelligence into that system. So you now have millions of patients, okay? So when you look at a lot of patients, the artificial intelligence system or machine learning will now be able to predict that the morbidity for this kind of people that have this kind of characteristics for this disease will be this. Please expect that in the next 6 months, 2,000 people will need hospitalization for this type of medical condition. Now the condition has not started, it hasn't happened yet, but based on the data from those patients in the system, it's already telling you that look, 1 year time, 10,000 people are going to die because the prognosis for this is what it is. So those predictions are things that artificial intelligence and machine learning can do for us. We can also use it to streamline the clinical workflow. The way we practice, okay, can put some, we will be able to identify some obstacles, okay, when we interact with patients, when we need the case note to come from somewhere else, when we need to order for laboratory values. All these, they cost time, and time is usually money. So when you integrate artificial intelligence into these systems, they will be able to streamline it in such a way that it can become more efficient. It sounds more like operations research, but these are things that we can bring to the forefront as we educate our doctors, as we educate our students. Now, artificial intelligence can also be used in genetic editing. You can take the gene of an individual, cut out that portion that code for a particular disease, okay, use artificial intelligence to synthesize that portion of the gene and insert it into that place that you've cut off. So you can do this in the bone marrow, and then somebody that is a sickle cell patient will now start producing cells that are now normally formed. So these are trends that are currently ongoing. Now, artificial intelligence can also tell you if it is better to use laser surgery for a prostate patient, or you should bring your scalpel. So all these are things that are already currently happening. Now we have virtual reality and augmented reality. You may have seen pictures of people that wear goggles, thick goggles on their face. So most times when we see them, we feel they are playing games. You see it very common with Gen Z. Now, if you wear one of those goggles, even if you are standing on a smooth floor, but you are looking at the goggle can put you on the top of a 50-story building. If they tell you, jump, though you know you are standing on the floor, fear will not allow you to jump. Yes, because it's so real, okay? I've actually tried it in Lagos Business School in Lagos. I almost had a heart attack. when my friend pushed me. Though I was still on the ground, but what I was saying, I was falling from a 50-story building. So what does this augmented reality do? What it does is that it gives you a 3D image of the human structure. So your students that you are training can see the right position for a nerve, where the muscles are in relation to the bones. You can see the blood vessels, okay, and how they are moving. Now, it is dynamic in such a way that if you want to move the hand or you want to cut through a particular muscle, okay, how should you direct your hand so that you will not interfere with structures that you are not supposed to interfere to? That is what augmented reality and virtual reality does for you. In other words, you have the opportunity of having hands-on practice without risking the life of a patient, without practicing it on a patient. So that is an interesting trend. Now, we now have smartwatches. Now, these smartwatches, they can measure our blood pressure. They have the number of steps that we take, the step counts. They measure our pulse rates. And the number of hours we sleep a day are also recorded. Now, I mean, is it REM sleep? Or we are sleeping very light? The sleep is not dim enough. All that can be recorded by our wearable devices. So what is happening now is this. It has been integrated with artificial intelligence and Wi-Fi, such that it can be transmitting signal to a central computer located anywhere else in the world, because through Wi-Fi, it sends messages to that central system. So the central system will look at the data that is coming and then use machine learning to predict if this person is likely going to have a heart attack very soon. An Apple Watch has actually been used to predict that a patient was going to have a heart attack in 6 hours' time, and an intervention was quickly made even before the heart attack occurred. So 3D printing. Now, 3D printing has been used in printing prosthetics. Okay, you can print hearing aids, but you integrate artificial intelligence inside that hearing aid so that when you talk to that person, even in a noisy area, the artificial intelligence know the wavelengths of sound from a human voice. So it filters it away from the noise, and only the proper wavelength will hit the eardrum. So that is already being experimented. So using 3D technology, we can print, can practice their surgery on those models. So that will improve their skills, okay, and we make teaching less stressful for medical educators. Fine. I have no doubt you've also heard about advanced mannequins that mimic human anatomy and physiology. And they respond, these mannequins, they respond like real human beings in such a way that even mannequins, advanced mannequins, cannot give birth. Okay? So you can use them in training students in O and G. And for intubation, CPRO, and surgery, these advanced, sometimes you find out that some people, they learn better. I'm sure when you were young, you will recall that when you sit in front of your television, you feel very relaxed. So you will see advertisement from companies, beverage companies, okay, or from the banks. You may have heard of big, strong, reliable. You don't make any effort to remember it. But 10 years later, you are still remembering Union Bank, big, strong, reliable. Why? Because you were very relaxed when that information came to you. You were not tense. When you sit in class, you are tense. When your lecturer is teaching you, we are going to have a test, we are going to have an exam. So it does slow your ability to assimilate the information that you are being given. So gamification is a digital way of ensuring that students, learners are relaxed when they are learning very complex material. So you convert the material into a game. Okay, so they log on into their system and they play the game. In the process of playing the game, the more you know of the material, the better you are in playing the game. And then you can have formed a team. Okay, we can have University of Benin team playing against a team from Egypt. Okay, so for instance, the game can say, you go through these buses, they are hidden in a jungle, so find a way of getting to those buses. Open the bus, you will see a human part. Assemble a complete human being. Okay? And the assignment could be assemble the respiratory system, assemble the GIT. Okay? All the systems involved. And the relationship between the different systems must match how it is in a human adult. Okay, so how accurate you are in putting the right nerves and the right blood vessels in the correct place in relation to the bony structure of the human determine your score. So they play the game. You give them 2 hours. Who wins? So gamification is very good for teaching, and it can improve social learning and collaboration between people located in different areas. So what are the benefits if we integrate all these things that I've been talking about into medical education? Now, if you look at the current system that we are operating, medical educators are highly stressed. They combine a lot of things with their teaching, their grading, because they have to quickly submit their scores. Okay, you don't stay too long before you bring in your scores. Okay, so if we integrate this into medical education, then we will reduce the stress level. And when we reduce the stress level of an individual, we will improve the quality of life of that individual. And that will translate into improving the quantity of life that they will also get. Now, if we use this in training medical personnel, whether they are practicing or they are students, we will improve the quality of their practice. And when you improve the quality of their practice, what will it translate to? We will have patients that report better outcomes. Accuracy in diagnosis will improve, and then they will come to understand that we don't put every person in a single bus. We need to individualize how we attend to patients. Now, when we look at virtual reality, when we talk about virtual reality, you can actually create a patient in virtual reality and see the medical students you are training interact with that patient. So it improves their communication. So when doctors have better communication, they are more able to elicit signs and symptoms from their patients, and then there will be better diagnosis. And at the same time, patient engagement increases trust between the practitioner and the patient. And when there is improved trust, the patient is likely going to comply with whatever you prescribe, the treatment plan that you are putting in place. Okay, in all combined, the economy will improve, because when people are less sick, they will go to work. And when they are at their workplace, they will not be paid salaries for a job that is not done because they are on sick leave. Or when they are not well and they are at their place of work, they are working at a reduced efficiency. So in all, healthcare, better healthcare will improve the Nigerian economy. So what are the challenges? One, electricity. We all know how electricity is. So with that has to be in place. If that is not in place, it becomes very difficult for both lecturers, medical educators, and their students who they are training to maximize the use of these digital trends. Infrastructure is also important. Do we have the right buildings in place where we can house these digital technologies? There is a particular university that I went to. If you see the way it was constructed, you will like to learn, you know. So those structures, we need to have them in place. There is the issue with data privacy and security concerns. If we have these in place, do we have the appropriate security to ensure that they are not vandalized? Or the system is not hacking to, so instead of getting a particular type of expected result, you are getting another result that may look as if it is the correct result, but it's not what it should be. So all those are serious concerns. Of course, humans, we resist change. We are comfortable doing what we've been doing before for the past 10 years, so that now you need to change the way you do this thing. Oh, it becomes a problem. But the question is, even if everything I've discussed so far is actually in place to be able to operate the system, some of us do not understand the keyboards of our computers. So digital literacy is also a challenge that needs to be addressed. What about the regulation that is in place? Do we have an acceptable policy, digital policy for medical education in place that we should follow? And ethical consideration is also important. For instance, you know there is a medical expert that lives in Ethiopia, okay? And then you have a patient that will benefit by interacting with that medical expert. So you set up your telemedicine infrastructure so that that expert can interact with the patient. Last, who is not registered by the Nigerian Medical Council, has broken the law, interacting with a Nigerian patient, whereas it's not registered to practice in Nigeria. So those are some regulatory and ethical issues that we need addressing. So, in all, I will want to say that these are some of the strategies that we should follow in order to integrate digital technologies into medical education. One, we need to develop digital literacy. So we can do this as soon as we want to admit students into our program. We make them go through a short course of how to interact with different digital platforms. So developing that that literacy as it comes to digital platform should be a criteria for admitting them into our system. Now, we should invest in infrastructure, ensure that we have the right electricity and we have the right technical staff. For instance, you spend millions of naira to buy a digital equipment that you want to use for medical education. If it breaks down, do you have the technical staff? As we bring in those systems, we need to train staff that have the necessary skill to be able to maintain them. Otherwise, it will soon become an interdisciplinary collaboration. Collaboration between the practitioners, those who are medical educators, and those who are ICT specialists. They can have a discussion that this is how we should implement this type of digital technology in order for our students to benefit more. Then, both the government and local operators should address ethical and regulatory concern. Finally, we should ensure that we foster a culture of innovation, allowing people to explore areas that we do not understand. At this point, I say thank you.
All right. So I'd like to thank Professor Daisy for the lovely lecture and improving our knowledge of digital technology in healthcare, teaching, education, etc., etc. I think we have learned so much from him today, and I'm sure that there will be questions that we want to put across to him. And I will hand over at this junction the microphone to my co-chair, Dr. Eroa. Before I do that, I want to quickly acknowledge the presence of MDCAT chairman. He's somewhere hiding nicodemously over there. Yes. And also quickly to acknowledge our friends from Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Kayode Oke of Physiotherapy, and our great nurse, where is he, Professor Okafo? He has absconded. Okay, okay. And I can see a few more. Somebody is eating there wearing turquoise blue suit. You are looking very fine. You're welcome. We will introduce you. I guess you're one of our speakers. I don't know if the secretary of NABDA has been introduced. That very big man wearing black suits. All right. So the gum doctor is here. And I must not forget to introduce the director of Child Health. She is here in the person of Professor Aibo Sado. Yes. Okay. I'm sure you guys know her. Yes. Very good. I think that I saw the Dean of Dentistry, Professor Morige. Can you just wave so that they can see you? Thank you very much. The reason why I'm introducing them specially is that I have a unique team of lieutenants, my deans and directors. They are fantastic people. Yes, they are one of the reasons why the college is moving forward at this amazing speed. So can we just clap for them, please? I know that Professor Agoreyo is not here. He's in the exams here. And Professor Sarogiagbon, Dean of Medicine, sends his love. So I hand the mic now over to Dr. Eroa to handle the Q&A.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, we know we have listened keenly to this lecture, this talk this afternoon. If you have any question, we should ask. You know, this is the next thing. We are here now. You know, when it comes to technology, that technology, we can't go back. We can't go back. There's no way we can go back, because all of us are glued to our phone, but our phone can do much more than we are currently using it for. So please let us ask the relevant questions as we relate to this talk this afternoon. Questions, please. Okay, good. Somebody will come back. Yes, okay. Yes, no, I will come back. I will come back. So, please, hand over the mic. Yes, another one. Another one. Okay, let me do this. So just hand it. So they can come out. Then you have the mic. So I need to give it this. So for your response.
Okay, anything that has to do with technology. Now, I want to ask you a question on the place of the law, litigation. Let's assume, like you said, that the computer can be, or it can be directed to perform operation maybe from anywhere, right? And you know it has to do with human being. And let's assume you have opened the abdomen and the intestine moves. You didn't expect that it will cut any blood vessel, and anything happens to that patient. In terms of litigation, how will that technology be covered? Yes, can they be sued? Can the people who directed the technology be sued? Who is going to take responsibility, really?
Yes. If you recall, I talked about regulation and ethical considerations. So that is why it is important that we put a national policy in place to address those things even before they occur. And then EBDCAN should also start looking at those issues and start drafting a document on ethical consideration as it relates to the use of digital technologies in medical practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Daisy, for that very illuminating lecture. So the AI seems to be the new kid on the block, and that's all we seem to be hearing about these days. So my question is, how does this apply to an individual? Because you talked about a large body of data. Oftentimes that is not one person's property. So it might belong to the hospital. So, but at the individual level, how do you apply AI? Because we are talking to individuals here now. We are not the ones who own the data, so it will have to be some institutional decision for data to be used in a certain way. My question is for the individual, for me as an individual, for me as a lecturer. How do I apply that in my own situation? Thank you.
In your own situation, you can use artificial intelligence to help you to tailor your lecture to fit a specific audience. So for instance, if you want to teach those who are already practicing medicine, or you want to teach students who are still in 400 level in school, AI can guide you in terms of the level of hardness that, okay, of the material that you want to present. Because what the practitioner will need will be more advanced than what the student will need. So AI can come in, that is one. Then secondly, if you are using an e-learning platform where artificial intelligence is already integrated into the system, AI will flag a particular student that this student need extra intervention. So that also becomes very important. Now, if you look at the slides that I presented, you see my very first slide was showing the picture of somebody that was wearing a VR headset. That was generated by AI. So AI can actually help you to develop presentation slides as well. You can also use AI for your literature review, okay? Now, issues of plagiarism has come up in terms of the use of ChatGPT, okay? Yeah. Now, there are ways you can still use it to help you identify those literatures that are relevant to what you are looking at, and then you specifically go there yourself and do your write-up in a way that plagiarism will not become an issue. But the search itself, it can help you with them. You can download literatures, okay? Put them in a folder and then get artificial intelligence to read the content of all the PDF files in that folder and then develop an essay for you. And then you look at that essay and edit it to fit what you want. It can also be done. Now, I'm sure why some of you are smiling is there are tools that we can use to detect what AI has written. And I'm also telling you there are also techniques that have been developed to work on that document and AI will not be able to detect it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. Very interesting. So now that you mentioned ChatGPT, and I know the students are already using ChatGPT.
Yes, they are.
So my question is, are my students actually learning? If I give you an assignment and I expect you to go do your search and learn something, you just simply tell Siri, what is this, what is that, and Siri gives you the answer. At the end of the day, because I know that it's in the process of searching that you learn a lot of things. Sometimes in researching for giving a lecture, you learn things that you didn't know before. So if it is Siri that is going to do that for you, then the students will not learn, and that is worrisome. Thank you.
Okay, I will also like to respond to that. You know, as time goes on, things are developing and changing, okay? Now, supposing I deliberately didn't talk about that aspect when making my presentation. Supposing I tell you that there is a chip, okay? I simply insert that chip into somebody. So long as he can read very well and he can write very well, he is 10 years old. I develop a chip, okay, that has all medical questions answered correctly inside and insert it into the person's brain. Yes, insert it into the person's brain. So the person does not need to go to medical school. Yes, any question relating to medicine you ask the person is able to answer it. Because as we speak, chips and brain cells have been integrated. Yes, in such a way that as the person is getting the question, the brain is interpreting the signals and getting the answer from the chip. So let's start thinking about the future. A time may come when we might not even need to go to school. Yes. Yes, because all you need to do is, if you want to be a mechanic, there is a chip we just simply insert. All you need to do is go to the workshop, okay, and somebody that has been a mechanic will guide you. It's not telling you any information. It's just look at you while you follow the instruction that the chip in your brain is already given to you. So we need to start contending with the fact that, yes, our students are going to use AI in carrying out their assignments. So the question now is, how are we going to ensure that they learn? By making them to actually write more tests, write essays for us without, exactly. That is, they come physically to class and write an essay for us and submit. When they know they are going to do that, they will still use artificial intelligence, but this time they will read what the artificial intelligence has given to them. So the advantage will now be the time they will spend in doing the search manually has now been removed. So they learn faster, okay? They learn faster, and then the material is focused on what it is needed. Often there have been the complaints that our curriculum is jam-packed, okay? Yes, so all these are considerations that actually need further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. All protocol duly observed. My interest is the one that application of the gamification in the learning. I just want to ask if there is free online resource that we can already have what is existing that we can introduce to people that we can.
Yes, most medical related gamifications are in VRO and they are proprietary, so they are not up for free. Yes, the one by New York Academy of Science, you can find that one online if you go to the website of New York Academy of Science. But that one is kind of focused on bushfires. Bushfires, yes. So it is collaboration. There is a medical aspect to it. There is other science-related activity as it relates to bushfires are also there as well. New York Academy of Science.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. This lecture has been so interesting for me. And in fact, you made some statements and practically took out some of the things I was wondering. You know, all the while we've always had this idea that, you know, AI has come to stay and is going to affect many professions. We have been told that there are many professions that are rife now that people will have to forget about. Will become extinct with AI. Many things, accounting, even lecturing. And then now I'm wondering, we thought medicine was practically protected or immune from that kind of thing. But from what you are telling us now, I think a time will come that we have to really look at the training, the numbers of doctors and medical professionals that are being trained, because we're looking at, yesterday Professor Njokama was talking about the numbers of doctors that we have and what we need to have in the future. Do we really need that many professionals, medical professionals anymore? We have to start thinking about it, because it's a good thing, but it's also, there's a downside to it. That's what I'm saying from all of this enlightenment that you're giving us. Thank you.
Yep. Yes, it is true that professions will need to rethink, okay? They will need to rethink their positioning. Yes. Now, when it comes to medical practice, general practitioners, we need fewer of them as time goes on. Because artificial intelligence is helping us to make discoveries that will make people live a more healthier life for longer. So the rates, that is the age that somebody will get to before they start getting hypertension and diabetes, is going to be increased. Okay? Now, we will still need specialists, yes, consultants that are highly specialized. Those are the people that will be protected when it comes to retooling yourself as far as profession is concerned. But what I usually tell every person is this: don't worry, AI and robots, they don't have emotions and they will not be able to interact with you the way a human doctor will be able to. What does that mean in essence? What I am trying to say is our training is now going to incorporate a lot of communication, a lot of how you should feel empathy towards the patient. So there will be patients that will now choose not to see the AI machine, but want to see the human doctor. So competition has come. Be prepared. Thank you.
We thank Professor Udesi for the response to the questions. I'll hand over back to the chairman. Thank you.
Are there burning questions? No burning questions. Okay, raise your right hand now. Okay, there are burning questions. Okay, can somebody take the mic to him?
Let me get back to
The guy in blue. Yes. Chair, ODD. I can't see the D.
Sorry, sir, I did not see you. Okay.
Thank you. I want to thank the presenter for a very good presentation and simple to follow. I still have my concerns. In a conference like this, we have been updated, but you didn't talk much about cost. We are interested. How would we go around it in an environment like this to make sure that we do these things and not be left behind? I'm not even afraid of the chips, because if it's as important, I know we cannot afford it. Yes, our students will find it cheaper to go to school than to buy the chip. But now that we have not even reached the level of chip, the common infrastructures. I remember during the COVID, we had a major challenge of what to do to whether you use an hybrid or use online. We were supposed to put modules online. The first question we were able to ask is, who will provide the data? Where is the network? Things that are even simpler with the software we already have and the hardware. We are struggling with it. So how do we meet up with the present reality, and how do we move up to the next level you are taking us to? How do we beat this cost?
Okay, let him go. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your lecture, sir. My question lies on the effect of implementing technology on the already existing gap between access to quality healthcare, considering the rural and urban area, upper class, middle class, and lower class. So considering the cost of the technology itself, cost of training, cost of every other thing, is there anything that we can put in place to help bridge this gap? Thank you.
Yes, you see, when you talk about cost, I had to take a very deep breath. I actually deliberately avoided that area entirely, yes, and I will tell you why. You know, many times we've projected costs of doing one thing or the other, only for us to wake up the following morning, the cost of the dollar have changed, and then the price, though the dollar price is still remaining the same, okay, but the naira, the volume of naira you now need has doubled. When we now say, okay, let us wait, it will come down. It now tripled. Yes. So that is a very difficult issue to address. However, if presentation is made to an institution like TED Fund, okay, they have lots of money, all these tasks that is coming from industry, so they have billions of naira. Yes, we need to find a way of pressuring them to manage that resources very well, and in deploying those resources in those vital areas that can impact digital technologies for educational purposes. They have indeed spent some money for e-learning systems like Blackboard and Moodle, but just like every Nigerian project, I personally believe they need to develop skills in project management so that that will be able to filter down properly the way it should be, so that it can be efficiently used. I do agree that cost is a big issue. So, TED Fund, in addressing the second question, TED Fund also planned that irrespective of the network that you are using, whether it's Airtel, MTN, or Glo, so long as you are a student, if you are uploaded into a particular platform, they will make free data from those networks available for you for the purposes of assessing the learning management system that they are putting in place. That plan has been on since last year, but just as I mentioned, issues with project management have actually not allowed to start running. Because if it starts running, it will bridge the gap between the rich and the poor as far as assessing digital technologies is concerned. Because in that same platform, you'll be able to access electronic resources from libraries as well. Thank you.
Yeah. So at this junction, Prof, you come over to receive your award. Yes. So, on behalf of the College of Medical Sciences, we present to you this award of honor for a lovely presentation concerning digital technology. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So that brings to a close this session. So we'll just take 5 minutes to stretch our legs. We are 1 hour behind, and then we'll take the symposium, the last one before the closing ceremony. Is that okay? I want to welcome all of you who came late and decided to segregate at the back. Wave to me now. Okay, thank you all for coming. I appreciate you. All right, so we'll just stretch our leg 5 minutes. Nobody should go out to stretch your leg around here.
Thank you, Provost, for allowing that physical exercise to take place. You know, for some of us, it's necessary to stretch and unstretch and unwind. Yeah, sometimes you can do it while standing. You just jump, just to avoid stories that touch, honestly. Once again, thank you for the presenter, a very beautiful lecture. I think when people talk ICT, you know, they know. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while we are on that, we just want to remind ourselves that the second annual scientific conference of the college has been a huge success. And this wouldn't have been possible without you, your presence, your contributions, your abstract submissions, your comments, and of course the prayers. While we gradually wind down on this year's conference, we want to appreciate all those who have made it. And we want to appeal that next year is another year with a more packed and interesting college conference. The students are not walking around. Anyway, you walk around every time. So this is an opportunity for you to rest. You don't need it. After all, when you move from your hostel to class to Buka, you have had enough of moving around. Please, for those who are inside, I don't know, this information is important. We have the CPD forms available for those who need it. I know there are different courses and lectures for this. So if you are interested in getting this form, 10 units CPD form, please indicate so that we can have one available for you. Thank you.
asked to invite Dr. Harrison Omokwa. Please, could you come take over from here, please? I appeal to the other Dr. Omokwa to release him.
Are we starting now? Yes. We are starting. Yes. I believe we have done enough of the workout. Please, those who are still outside should come in. When we say take a walk, we actually meant within the hall, not to main gate and back. Ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, participants, want to take the last plenary, which is the discussion, the panel discussion to look at enhancing interprofessional collaboration in education and healthcare. And if you see the panelists, you will know that it's truly collaborative. From different fields, educators, medical, and the education call. At this junction, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite. There's something we need to confirm. I can't see if your mom is here. She's supposed to be the chair of this. She knows who they received her award yesterday. Find out whether someone is replacing. Okay, thank you. Let me invite the chair and the co-chair for this last plenary to the high table before I invite the panelists. Permit me to invite Dr. Ehiga Inabudosu, who is the chair for this session, and then the co-chair is Dr. C. Azubike. Please to the high table. A round of applause for these, our very distinguished chair and co-chair for this session. We invite all those outside to come in. This is the main thing. Let's collaborate. First on that list is Professor F.U. Okafor. To the high table, a round of applause for Professor Okafor to join the panel of discussion. The panel will also be joined by Professor K.I. Okay. You are welcome, sir. Let me also invite my very special person, distinguished Professor O. Omorige, my very dean, my performing dean. A round of applause, please, for my dean. My dean, my dean, my dean. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir. Dr. Abimbola Bimbo Olunfelani Okpade. Thank you. Dr. Okpabe Abimbola, you are welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, now we have our panelists. Let me transfer. So that it doesn't look like we are not following our trend and norms, I have very abridged citations for the panelists, starting with Professor F. Okafor, who was born in the late 1950s and is a pioneering figure in the field of nursing in Nigeria. He completed his education at various institutions, including the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, where he became the first male nursing student. A round of applause. As a feat. Yes, the first. Well done, sir. Professor Okafor's academic journey includes a bachelor's degree in nursing sciences, a master's degree in health planning and management, a postgraduate diploma in education, and 2 doctoral degrees, one in health education and another in nursing, with a focus on reproductive health and family planning at oral defense stage. He has held several academic positions, including serving as the pioneer head of the Department of Nursing Science at the University of Benin, and as the head of the Department of Nursing Science at Bensi Idahosa University. A round of applause for this great achiever, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Currently, a professor of nursing science at the University of Benin, Okafor is a renowned scholar, a teacher, a researcher, and a mentor, with numerous publications and awards to his name. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Okafor, our panel, one of our panelists for today. Kayode Israel Oke, PhD, is a professor and foundation head of the Department of Physiotherapy, School of Basic Medical Sciences, College of Medical Sciences, University of Benin, Benin City. He obtained his Bachelor of Medical Rehabilitation, Physiotherapy degree from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, and has also obtained Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy degrees, respectively. He was also the pioneer head of Radiotherapy and Radiation Sciences Department at the University of Benin. Professor Oke has served and still serves as a team leader in the area of orthopedics and sports physiotherapy, which is his specialization area, and has published over 85 articles in reputable local, national, and foreign journals. A round of applause for him. Quite a scholar, you must admit. He has attended and presented papers at conferences in Africa, Europe, United States, Singapore, Switzerland, and other countries of the world. He is a visiting scholar to the Kwame Nkrumah University, Kumasi, Ghana. Please meet Professor Oke, our second panelist. Now, to my dean, Omorugi Felix Osawe, born in Benin City in 1970. He is a professor of oral and maxillofacial pathology in the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology and Medicine at the College of Medical Sciences, University of Benin, Benin City. He is also an honorary consultant, oral pathologist, a specialist in oral histopathology and cytopathology at the Department of Oral Pathology and Oral Medicine, University of Benin Teaching Hospital, a position he has held since 2007. Distinguished, please, a round of applause for this very distinguished gentleman. He obtained a Bachelor of Dental Surgery in 1997 and a master's degree in anatomy 2006 from the University of Benin, Benin City. In 2006, he became a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons, Oral Pathology. He has attended over 25 certificate courses and conferences from 2009 to 2024. Since 2021, he has served as the Dean of the School of Dentistry at the University of Benin and as the Chairman of the Association of Nigeria Deans, where he currently sits over as the Chairman. He is the Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology and Medicine. Has published over 73 articles in local, national, and international journals. He has also supervised 10 postgraduate fellows. He is affiliated with several professional bodies, including the Nigerian Dental Association, the Nigerian Medical Association, the Nigerian Association of Medical and Dental Academics, NAMDA, and MDICAN. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present Professor Omorige as one of our panelists today. And the final panelist, certainly not the least, Dr. Abimbola Okpade is an associate professor, a clinical pharmacologist, a consultant physician with the University of Benin and University of Benin Teaching Hospital, a fellow of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria and the West African College of Physicians. Her primary areas of interest in research is research on hypertension, pharmacovigilance, clinical toxicology, pharmacoepidemiology, and rational use of medicines. She has undertaken research in the management of hypertension medications, pharmacovigilance system evaluation as well. She has over 30 scientific papers and presentations to her name. She's a former treasurer of the Nigerian Hypertension Society and present General Secretary of the Nigerian Society for Clinical Pharmacology and Therapeutics. That deserves some accolades. A round of applause for Dr. Okpade. She serves as an external examiner to the West African College of Physicians in the Faculty of Internal Medicine and to different universities in Nigeria. Invited guests, participants, I present our fourth and finalist, our panelist, Dr. Abimbola Okpade. You are welcome, ma. At this junction, my job is done. I want to hand over the mic to the chairman of this session to take over proceedings from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mokwa. I want to thank all of us for staying put for this very important aspect of our program. It's essentially a symposium where we will be dissecting a major aspect of the theme of this whole conference. The theme of this conference is medical education, enhancing the capacity of the 21st century's healthcare workforce. We all will agree that if you are not taught, there's no way you will know it, except as Professor Waka tells us, they'll put a chip into your brain. But even you have to learn how to be able to communicate with the chip so that you can get the best out of it. So medical education is an essential aspect of the healthcare professional and its workforce. The theme of this session is enhancing interprofessional collaboration it's written education here, but we may just add something there to say in medical education and healthcare. It's essentially important for us to be able to work as a team. We all know that over time, it seems as if the camaraderie amongst the various aspects of the healthcare workforce seems to have fallen. It's our duty today to be able to look at that critically and ask ourselves whether there will not be a time whereby you may have to call the physiotherapist to be able to explain certain aspects to our medical students, or to call upon the physicians to explain a few things to the nursing students. So it is great for us to have these great panelists from the various aspects of our college. So I see the basic medical sciences here. I see somebody straddling from basic clinical sciences and the medicine, School of Medicine, and I see somebody from the School of Dentistry. So it therefore means that we are complete on all aspects of the College of Medical Sciences. We are going to give the microphone to each of the speakers to give us their opening remarks. These remarks should take between 10 and 15 minutes. And after that, we'll now have them discuss among themselves. Let's even see if amongst these four, they'll be able to discuss and be able to reach at least some degree of consensus on some issues. And then after that, we'll now throw it to the audience to be able to give some feedback and even questions on this very important aspect of our program, enhancing interprofessional collaboration in medical education and healthcare. I'll also not fail to recognize the co-chair of this session, Dr. C. Azubuike, and I'm going to ask him just for a few welcome remarks.
Thank you very much. I thank the chairman of the chief organizer of this conference for involving me at this level. Thank you. I thank the college for providing the platform for this conference for all of us. At least it's enriching our medical education and update, which we submit for renewal of licenses. Thank you very much. Now, man will not stop at seeking shortcuts to problems. It is all our, involvement. Starting from the wars, First World War, it was Spanish flu that dismissed every soldier from the war front. Everybody ran away, Then, Second World War, it was the atomic bomb. And now, probably no more person to kill any longer. Then man is now seeking shortcuts for personal comfort, bringing in robotics. I saw the other day on internet where robots were serving people food. The other time they said a robot wife, robot husband, and so on and so forth. Then now it is to implant chips into our brain. Well, I don't know. What if the chip malfunctions? What will be the fate of the patient in question? Assuming the chip develops fibrosis with the brain cells, stimulating some form of allergic reaction, fibrosis, that means epilepsy will follow suit, and so on and so forth. So these are problems man will solve. But at our own little level, we will continue to judge and start summarizing and finding solutions and asking questions to problems of man. So the panelists, thank you very much for honoring to be part of this final judge and summaries. Thank you. Your names have already been mentioned. I don't need to. I believe you have been weighed at high level to execute justice on this topic. Thank you very much. Welcome. So, my chairman.
Thank you. So we'll take it in this order. We're going to ask Professor Okafor to start. Then after that, we'll skip to the other extreme, and Dr. Padeyi will speak. Then we'll return back again and have Professor Oke speak to us, and then the Dean will also speak. You can start, sir.
The chairman of the occasion, I actually have to give thanks and praises to Almighty God for making me being present in this particular medical conference taking place in Uniben. I have to applaud the provost for his visionary leadership in the college. He has really done so much for creating peaceful environment and academic environment for people to grow and thrive. And also making us to realize that nursing has taken place in Uniben. Uniben nursing department actually took place a few years ago, and we are growing. As people know that nursing profession is nursing is a profession sui generis, and nursing education precisely actually started as an apprenticeship program before it metamorphosed into a diploma, certificate, degree for undergraduate and postgraduate in this country, and even doctoral degree up to a point having National Institute of Nursing Research. That is advancement in nursing, telling you that at least for this, nursing have come into existence in medical education. Be that as it may, it may suffice that you have to understand the concept of nursing. And I'm going to quote from Virginia Anderson's definition, and of which most people are operating. We will definitely use various ways of caring for a patient. But he said, nurses' function is assisting individual, sick or well, in performance of those activities that will contribute to his own health or the peaceful recovery if he has the necessary knowledge, will, or strength. Be that as it may, meaning that if, for instance, you have all the knowledge that is required, you can as well prolong your life. But if you don't have, and we're able to impart such knowledge to you, then definitely you will be able to improve your health to a maximum level. Where do you really find nurses? Or give it this way, who is a nurse? Many people put up uniforms and they will say white uniform and put cap, they say they are nurses. No. For you to be a nurse in this category, you have to really go through the training, write the prescribed examination, and at the same time registered for practice. That is exactly what, by Nursing and Midwifery Council, that is exactly what makes you a nurse. In this context, it's enhancing interprofessional collaboration in education and healthcare. In fact, it was a laudable thing when the keynote speaker actually atomized all those people that the workforce in healthcare, talking about the doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, pharmacists, and others. Meaning that in this context, we properly fit into it. So, as a health care provider. Nursing, I have to state here that there is no assistant nurse. No assistant nurse or auxiliary nursing. There is nothing like that. We have not gotten to that level in this country. But in other countries, you have licensed nurse practitioners and all that. But here in this country, there's nothing like auxiliary nursing. So I have to put that straight so that the people can now begin to understand it right. So, what are those roles of nurses? They have independent role, interdependent role, and dependent role. The interdependent role are those ones they collaborate with other professionals, like nutritionists, the doctors carrying out essentially the prescribed duties from the doctors and other professionals which they have to carry out in the ward. And probably, if you look at the environment, like Florence Nightingale said, that environment are the most peaceful thing that can encourage patients, because patient or client is the key in any health sector. What are we looking for abroad? It's not probably what the environment, the care rendered, and possibly some of the sophisticated things you have to do. In this wise, we are trying to look at nursing from this perspective, say, like we talk about interdependent, we now talk about dependent role. It's a duty in the world that when the patient is admitted or wherever the patient is being seen, it has to go through the medical doctor, they will prescribe drugs, prescribe whatever thing they want to do. Is the responsibility of the nurse to carry such out. But in the independent role are those responsibilities. Addison Anderson actually enumerated the 14 duties of a nurse, which he classified into physiological needs, psychological needs, spiritual and moral needs, and sociological needs. So there is a bundle of activities in those things to ensure that actually patients have a really good care. Now, looking at this learning situation, collaboration, how best can a nurse collaborate with other people? You go back and look at their curriculum. How are they taught? They are taught in all, just like any other student. Like I earlier said, it was an apprenticeship program, so they do what they're supposed to do at that time. But now, at the university level, they go through the physical science, the life science, the biomedical sciences like anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, social sciences like political science, economics, sociology, and even education and other pharmacology. All these have actually shaping today's nurse to be recipient, to be aligned with collaboration. So, but what we need now, how much did they cooperate in the world? How much did they cooperate in the working environment? I feel at this juncture, we feel that there is a need for the college to actually have a kind of integrative or collaborative courses that will put all the people together. Like in education, no matter who you are, you have educational course. Faculty, I can remember what we have, possibly pharmacy, pharmacology, and biostatistics. But I expect that there must be courses like teamwork, construction of workflow, and other issues that a nurse, when working with other people, other professionals, it will definitely, they can definitely work together. So that is my own take on this part. So, having said this, I begin to look at, I have earlier said, are there any challenges? Are there any challenges in this direction, in this collaboration? Yes, there are challenges. If you look at the issues in trying to mentor our students in the world, in fact, I have to really say this. It took me a couple of years before I was able to get access to UBTH, which we believe at that time, at Professor Osamo, when he was when he was the provost of the college, and at the same time doubled as medical director. So access to UBTH wasn't a problem, although that issue has been resolved. But there are still other critical issues. Like for instance, if a student and the clinical round, we the lecturers have to go there. We hover around all through. We have been appealing for a place, for us to have a place, at least we can call our students, teach them there and look at things together with our fellow colleagues. Those things, I think that will definitely resolve such problem. And again, it has been observed for some time that some procedures or clinical rounds, most people may not actually attend clinical rounds on the fact that they are nurses, they are that also, which I don't believe that it should be so. It's clinical rounds supposed to be on patient basis, where people are supposed to learn together irrespective of whoever is conducting that clinical round. And that is what it used to be at those days. So, as a nurse, I believe that with this conference in place, trying to initiate this collaborative effort, nurses, doctors can actually have a forum and other people coming together to learn together. Put them in a small group. Let them learn how they will work in the world by the time they go out. So that is exactly what I feel in this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Okafor. You actually helped us to save a few minutes, and we're glad about that. So he has put up a few things for us to consider, and as he spoke, I also considered a few other emerging issues. You train in the university without concurrent training in the adjoining teaching hospital. And we must remember that why you call a teaching hospital is because that you are aligned to a university that primarily trains, well, first of all, when it all started, medical students. But now we're having the colleges, and the colleges are having allied professionals as well. So what should be the relationship? Those are very important issues that he has raised, and I'm really glad that he has brought that to the fore. So those are things that we will discuss as we go on. And I'll call upon Dr. Padeyi to Abimbo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the chairman of the local organizing committee and the organizers of this conference for inviting me to this panel discussion. So first off, I didn't get the memo that blue was the color for this particular session. So I'm wearing red, and so please manage it. Yes, but we are just projecting. They're wearing blue, I'm wearing red, so I think it's good to have a balance. It's good to have a balance. So thank you again. The topic is enhancing interprofessional collaboration between education and healthcare. So when I got the topic, I asked myself, which resource am I going to use? Definitely my pharmacology textbook is not going to tell me the answer here. So I went to do what Professor Daisy says we should do. I went to use AI. I went to Meta. I went to ChatGPT. There's something here that wants to have the mic. Unfortunately, I own it. And I also use Gamma. And Gamma is a very interesting AI app. It could generate ideas, and it gave me a lot of insights. And by the time I did this combo, I came out with a very beautiful, to me it seems beautiful. Maybe it's when we finish listening to it. So what did it say? It says, enhance collaboration. And why do we have to have collaboration? One, to improve patient outcomes, to increase efficiency, to build trust in the system, and to enhance how we interface as professionals. And who are these professionals? In our particular setting, we look at the school, the College of Medical Sciences, who are those there. Professor Okonofor simplified this particular discussion yesterday by outlining virtually what everybody should do. But where do we come in? We are academic clinicians, we are academic healthcare professionals. So we have two facets. We see patients, and then we do research. So first, I asked myself, how can we do research and collaborate? So the first thing that came to my mind says, first we need to get promoted. And to get promoted, you need to count the points. So are we going to collaborate to get the points? And the question is, the answer was, we will wait. When we get promoted, then we collaborate. But we are getting to a level now where collaboration is becoming increasingly important. And what are the ways that you need to look at collaboration? You need to identify the gaps. What are the gaps in practice that collaboration would enhance? How do you want to build on these gaps? How do you want to approach the gaps in a way that there's interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approaches to the particular gaps you have identified? What are the gaps in practice? How would you use your research to address the gaps in your practice? Because if it doesn't approach your patients, if it doesn't benefit your patients, if it doesn't benefit the community in which you're living in, then your research is nothing. So the next thing that came up was, if we've identified the gaps, we've identified the professionals, how then do we work together, which is this collaboration? But there are barriers to working together. We don't trust ourselves. Everybody wants to be the first author. Everybody wants to be in the first 6. Who wants to be that last person? We want to have a good collaborative. Say, my dear man, what are you going to put in the market? What are you going to give us? What are you bringing to the table? Which is a very nice language that you hear now. If you're not bringing anything to the table, why do I have to make you an author? And how do we decide who an author is? So I was speaking to a colleague is here. They have a paper which they put out on paired mentorship. A group of classmates came together, formed a research group. They graduated from the University of Benin, and they had 3 papers come out from their research group. So I was asking him, how did you people decide who would be authors? Because we know everybody wants to be an author. Nobody wants to do the work. So he says, they set timelines, they set deadlines, and they gave tasks, and they assigned points to their task. And what you put in is what you get. Yes, we know, yes, you can't be too strict. And I said, but your classmates, what if you have elderly people, very senior persons, whose one insight is bigger than 10 from you all? And this is the power of collaboration. First thing is to make sure that even if you don't trust yourselves, have fixed research outputs. You must take a decision on what you want to achieve. So your outcome is important. What would you decide? What would be a successful research collaboration? Because I'm leveraging on research now. The first thing is it a research that is funded? Is it a research that has a good community outcome? So you must decide on what your research collaboration is going to yield. What do we want to achieve? And how do we want to achieve what we want to achieve? You must set deadlines, you must set goals, you must decide on your outcomes, and you must decide on the penalty. Should you fail to meet up with these decisions, you would not be in the authorship line, you will be acknowledged. So that it's clear from the onset how your collaboration will work. It's also important to identify germane important things that are happening in our environment. We have so many important public health significance that's happening around us that can help us to collaborate. Across the social sciences, we have social scientists. We hardly ever use them, but they're very important in deciding how you're going to interview your patients. They have interviewing skills to a top notch because that's what they've been doing. How many times do we interface with the social scientists, the sociologists, the psychologists? These are all important areas that we need to explore. We're used to working in professional silos. So I know a lot about pharmacology, I know a lot about pharmacovigilance. I don't know so much about the arts. But remember, medicine is both an art and a science. The minute you start letting go of the art of medicine, then you're letting go. If you look at the British Medical Journal, there's some parts where there's comedy, there's a cartoon, there are jokes, there are limericks. And why? Because they understand the need for a balance. So, in enhancing our collaboration, we must, one, look beyond the College of Medical Sciences. We must look at all other disciplines. And also try to form enablers of research, enablers for collaboration. Our institutions must begin to develop these enablers. You must set research time apart. It's very difficult to have good research outcomes when all you do is teach, mark scripts. When you come back, you see patients, you do call, you teach, you run clinic. When are you going to do the research? So you must have set out research time, which must be recognized by the school. these are actually embedded in the school, but we don't use it because we are too busy. Well, you must set out time. As a research group, there must be set time. You must have planned programs, and you must be prepared to commit money, provost, money to the collaboration. And it's important because without money, there's a saying in my language, is money that drives the gospel. So something must move you. So we must prepare to commit effort and resources, not just. Also, we need biostatisticians that are dedicated to research, even in the schools. If the school can employ, or we can have on ad hoc basis, there should be a department of biostatistics for the college. This is going to enhance collaboration because you now have someone who is taking care of that aspect. In some climes, there are medical writers. So we've had some collaborative work where we had 4 country experiences, and what were the things that drove this? We had people who looked for funds. They were seasoned grant seekers. So their work was to search for grants and start applying proactively for grants. Looked for funders to make sure that there was money to fuel the research that they had in mind. So this is important. You must look for people that must look for money. Then you have people who had to plan, the planners, the field implementers, those who are going to decide on the research protocol, those who are going to ensure. You must have project managers. So your project managers would plan this project to enhance collaboration, because it's not enough for you to have one project and it takes you 2 years to prosecute. No, your project manager can do that for you. And then you have the think tanks where your own expertise will come in. Now, how do we make sure that everybody is carried along? There must be openness, there must be increased frequency of meetings. You must meet frequently so that you can share these ideas. And you must, at the end of the day, have an outcome which would not only benefit you, but benefit the community. These are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, Professor Okpade, thank you very much for your, okay, accept it with grace, accept it with grace. So, you have exposed yet other dimensions in this collaborative work in medical education and health care from your angle as a clinician and a researcher. You asked some questions. Why should we have collaboration? Yes. And then, could there be interface of professionals, which you also affirmed? Yes. And you made reference to Professor Okonofua's lecture yesterday, which was highly expository. I also talked about how busy we are. Let my patient not die, let my patient not die. And then we continue working. We see patients, our responsibilities, though we see patients, but we must do research. Then when? And then collaboration must be a day-by-day function, a day-by-day effect. As we see patients, we're also collaborating in research, even if at least to be taking record of what we are doing for the patients. Collaboration research is important, and decisions are necessary according to level of involvement of the participants, so that there won't be rancor. There won't be rancor as to who is the leader or who is not the leader, and so on and so forth. Because of certain things, some people may feel, probably because they are senior to the other persons. So everything must be them leadership, even when they did not contribute much. We must set aims and goals. Sometimes it appears there are some disagreement on leadership. Of course, I've mentioned that. So you have made some succinct points. We must set out research time and plan programs. Then our college should be involved. Can we have a biostatistician office in the college where all our data, because we may not know, sometimes we may not know the manner of statistical tool or methods to be used in analyzing the data. Just as it was obvious yesterday when I sat in a parallel panel, some data they ought to have used t-test, they started using chi-square, all those kind of things. So we need biostatistician and we need funding. Can college help in providing funding methods or funding opportunities, because our salaries cannot take us home, and we know that with all these things happening since the 80s, right, are finished. All right, the group must have a project planning, and then they should have frequent meetings in order to bridge gap in communication, which usually causes a problem. Certain times, some people will come together to claim to do research. They agree on a topic. Suddenly, something is published without other people knowing about the whole thing. So, and constitutes embarrassment for some people who need thoroughness in what they are doing. Okay, that's, and she says, thank you very much. Yeah, Professor Kayode, okay, yeah.
I have one here. Yeah, good afternoon, the chairman, co-panelists here, the provost, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are in the audience. I'm particularly glad to be here, and of course, when I saw the announcement or the advert for this program, second college conference, and I saw this part of inter-collaboration or interprofessional collaboration, and then Professor Idro Yekewe and Dr. Odai came to talk to me about my participation. I was particularly interested because, like I've told provosts a few times, I think this is the way it should be. College of Medical Science is what we call it, and I think and believe strongly that all the professions in the college should actually have some measures of collaboration that will be able to situate us the way we should be. When we talk about interprofessional education, what is it all about? It's about 2, 3 or more professions coming together to learn together, to work together, and to learn from one another, as to be able to bring out the purpose, which is about improving patient outcome, bring about strong collaborations that will lead into more efficiency, better outcomes, and also maximum workforce usage, because there are occasions when you may have some certain conditions that actually require some group of professionals more at a point than the other. If such collaboration is there, it's easier to actually look at what is necessary at that point in time. Having said that, I will also say that the background that Professor Konofa presented yesterday was quite useful, and I'm also happy that one or two other speakers have also referred to that. I trained my first degree from Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and I remember still now that there is that part of a medical student's training then. I don't know if it's still there now. When at 600 level, my then head of department, late Professor Onwuga, used to actually take a lecture to 600 level medical student, which they call, the course is rehabilitative medicine or rehabilitation medicine, where issues that have to do like some group of patients who will need the collaboration of a physiotherapist with the primary physician or the surgeon. At what point do you identify that this input is what is needed at this point? Or is it pre-op intervention, is it post-op intervention, and all that are discussed? And then a medical student who is about to graduate, who is in 600 level, now understands this better, and he knows the best time to do is refer or invitation of a physiotherapist to be part of the management, or holistic, what you call holistic management of such patient. You know, so, and I think if you also remember part of what our keynote speaker said yesterday, he also talked about, you know, some kind of, if we call it extracurricular or extracurricular, you know, creation of some spaces, even though it may not necessarily be in our present curriculum that we're using, but it may not be out of place to create such forum as to be able to interact and also improve interprofessional communication, you know, as to want to know when and how two professionals can come together to work. And I know there are a number of challenges even in this. I also try to say that, you know, in many places where physiotherapists are trained, physiotherapy as a department is actually a clinical science, which is actually supposed to be in the faculty of clinical science, and of course foster some kind of freedom in terms of better accessibility into clinical training. It's going to be completely hard for an institution to train physiotherapists and not having access into clinical part of the university, which is the teaching hospital, where they can actually see clinical cases, examine them, work with the primary physician or the surgeon who has admitted the patient, and know the point where they need to, you know, collaborate and also render their own service. Again, I'll refer to some, I keep referring to some of the statements that have been said here. Professor Konofra again is also an example. I have always been knowing him since the time I was a student. I think I told you, Professor Doctor, okay, you have become a professor here anyway, Professor Okpadei. You know, when we were having, we just had Society for the Study of Pain Nigeria conference in Benin City here, and I'm also happy to say that Asef and I were actually key players in that program, where we were talking about management of pain from multidisciplinary, you know, perspective. There are some certain types of pain that we all know as medical educators, as clinicians, that it is not in all cases that you need to overload such patients with medications. You know, there are some of them that may just require some kind of physical measures, you know, that will make for improved or enhanced quality of, you know, care that that patient can have, and also not to bring about some kind of complications and side effects from excessive medications and all that. So there are such aspects that already have that, and I think we need to strengthen such areas. So going back to what I was saying about Professor Konofra, I remember knowing him as a student then in Ife, and himself and one of my lecturers actually carried out a study which we still refer to today on how one of the modalities that we use in physiotherapy, which is called shortwave therapy, can be used in management of chronic pelvic inflammatory disease. That paper was published by an international journal, and it's still a reference point to today, you know, because such patient, I think the patient was Professor Konofra's patient, and they've actually given a lot of antibiotics and analgesics, and the patient was not improving. And I think it brought collaboration of my own lecturer, Professor Balogun, you know, into it, and they did that, and, you know, the patient had, you know, better outcome and all that. You know, and of course there are such examples that also are available even in this environment. Many of us here who are clinicians also know Professor PFA Mebese, you know, and himself and I have also joined in some studies that have to do with patients who have vascular necrosis as a result of sickle cell disease, and they have locked hip, and at some point he felt that the condition of the patient did not require them doing a total hip replacement at that point, and of course also continue to overload the patient with an analgesic. And he sought for my input and asked if there's anything physiotherapy can do for that patient at that point, which of course we did, and we also used an electromagnetic device which actually brought that patient back to functioning, and the patient was able to walk, of course, with walking aid, but this was a patient who was already bedridden. You know, if we make room for interprofessional education at some point of all the professions in the college, you know, for maybe like joint postings, a short class size group discussion and all that can bring about interprofessional communication and education. And of course, every point, at every point, every professional knows the point where this is the right person to be called in. It's also important also for physiotherapy students to also have this knowledge, such that when they are also confronted, it's not everybody that will work after graduation in a teaching hospital. Some of them will work in some local hospitals, some of them will work in some health centers or general hospitals, where it is not at all points you find people or patients coming and they are seen like a GP first, and the GP is doing appropriate referral. Some of them may even come as first contact, and of course may have gone to see a professional who, if he's knowledgeable about what the patient is presenting and knows that at this point you need to first of all go and see a surgeon. Maybe after they finish their surgery, you come back to me as a physiotherapist and it does what is right, and the outcome for such patient is better, and of course time wastages are also prevented, and also costs, which also is an important point that we also are supposed to be aware of, economic costs of managing diseases and all that, which are likely going to be the benefits that people and our society and community will be benefiting if there is a strong and well laid out interprofessional practice and collaboration. Also, like one of the plenary speakers here said, I also know that the vogue, even in research conduct and publication around the globe here, also looks more at, you know, interprofessional participation, group studies, you know, especially in chronic conditions that have involved all professionals that are supposed to be part of, you know, the management. And then that's when you can actually say that this condition has been properly managed, and then the outcome is what is supposed to be. Okay, so these are part of the advantages that interprofessional, you know, collaborations can be, you know, bringing about. And I think it is something that we should, I must also mention this as part of the challenges in training, especially physiotherapists from our environment. Our provost is here, and at some point I've had to, you know, run to your office about, you know, clinical posting access, you know, for our students. If you go to some of the other universities where we have physiotherapists or physiotherapy programs, the students have access into the teaching hospital. I also spoke with you about specialty posting, you know, in which case our students are supposed to do like 1 week, 2 weeks posting in some department like mental health, anesthesiology, radiology, which a lot of physiotherapists deal with musculoskeletal issues, bone issues, spine issues, and all that, and then have some bit of exposures that will give them better and clearer understandings of what they will be confronted with when they graduate. You know, that we were able to have the first, you know, class that we had, but after that it was becoming challenging, and I think it's almost coming to the, you know, the lowest point of it now. You know, that does not make a physiotherapist become a doctor. You know, it only makes him to have an understanding of what he needs to know, the point where he needs to decide on what's right to be done to his patient, and have better management that will bring about better outcome, save time, also bring about efficient economic, you know, costs of managing the patient. And we must always remember, I must say this, that whether we like it or not, all the, sorry, just in 30 seconds, Orlando, most of the people that we train now, we must be honest with ourselves that we are training them for majorly for international markets, because JAPA is the main word now. So it will also be important for us to ensure that we have trained a group of products that we know can also, fit to manage, to practice if they decide to go out, which is the most likely thing, except we want to deceive ourselves, and when they look at their, curriculum and also the exposures that they have had, they will have seen that they have obtained the right content that they need to obtain, and then when they get to wherever they decide to travel to, they may be able to compete favorably with their mates that have come from elsewhere. These are my positions this afternoon. Thank you so very much.
All right. Professor Kayode, okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for all you have said. It's still about collaboration from the angle of a physiotherapist. Yes, physiotherapy should be considered a clinical science from your own point of view. And with that, access should be given to the students who are training to the clinical positions, that is to the teaching hospital, for them to be exposed well. And even their teachers should also be given positions in the teaching hospital in order to help train the students. Obviously, you said that a physiotherapist will not become a medical doctor after training. Well, that's correct. And then that the need for relevant interprofessional collaboration and communication across relevant disciplines must be ensured. And that the students should gain relevant knowledge, because definitely you will not stop them from jabbering. But the fear is, if they if they get to their destination, let them stand shoulder to shoulder with other people trained elsewhere, so that they will not be shamed to either UNIBEN or any other university in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Azubike. Please, a round of applause for him. So we'll call upon the last of the four panelists to make his initial depositions. So permit me to call upon the Dean of the School of Dentistry, Professor Osawi. Omorike.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me again appreciate the Provost for the conference and for the opportunity to speak in this symposium. I want to also again appreciate the audience for staying back to listen. I just want to first of all put some things in perspective and then make a few more comments. The title that we are giving is essentially talking about collaboration, interprofessional collaboration. But the way it was couched, it loops with education and healthcare. Yes, medical education and healthcare. It would have been good to start by first separating the two entities and then show the linkage. The concept of interprofessional education is a concept of its own. The concept of interprofessional collaboration is a concept of its own. We need to get that clearly, because what we are trying to achieve by the topic enhancing interprofessional collaboration in education and healthcare is an applied topic. It means that each of these entities must be understood first, then we can then apply it. Let me start by talking about the interprofessional education. And from the discussion that is going on, there are three elements there. First is the learning, the training. Second is the research. And the third part is the practice. So at every level, whether you are a student here, whether you are a lecturer here or a clinician here that doesn't lecture, you will benefit from interprofessional education. Okay? The interprofessional, let me just add by saying that the interprofessional education therefore means, in healthcare, therefore means that the learning environment is skewed such that at least 2 or more health professionals are involved in the training, research, or practice if you want to achieve a proper learning. Because at the end of the day, it's those experts that will first train those who will practice. So at the level of education, we incorporate the different professional areas into the training. The goal is to achieve 3 major things. Number 1, to impute the competencies that will make the different professions contribute to the training of that healthcare worker who will eventually go and play his role in the health team. The second goal is to build the capacity to collaborate right at the level of education so that the educational platform will create an environment where they can now form a collaborative team. I'm just trying to lay a few foundations. And then the third aspect is that somebody that has been trained should be able to now, because we are talking of healthcare delivery, should be able to put to bear the skill, the competencies you have acquired to bring about improved healthcare delivery. If we have this at the back of our mind, then we can address the issue as it is. It means that for us to achieve an enhanced interprofessional collaboration in education and healthcare, we will go back and work on interprofessional education and then take elements from interprofessional education to prepare people down who will go into the healthcare delivery and work as a collaborative healthcare team that will now, because all this education we are saying is to finally produce health worker that will give the patient quality and optimal health care. That's where we are going to, right from training to practice. Having said that, I observe that there are 3 major things that the interprofessional education can bring to bear that will help us collaborate in healthcare. Number 1, we should give each healthcare worker what they need to participate in the collaborative team. Number 2, we should be able to give the required competencies. They should know, not only just acquire academic knowledge, they should know that there is specific competency that they must have to play their own role in the healthcare team. And then number 3, we should be able to, in the health education, to be able to put method in place that is able to assess what we are teaching to achieve the goal. So I will speak to that now. I recognize that if the health education will lead to interprofessional collaboration that will bring a quality healthcare delivery, the recent study have shown that we must structure it that we start learning from the during health education, we start learning how to collaborate from the lowest level. It's been recommended that, for example, if doctors are going to play the role of leading the health team, what you are giving them right from the lowest level should begin to prepare their mind to play that role, not just to acquire knowledge of how patient is cared for. They should also recognize that the aspect of competencies that require that they should lead should be built inside that doctor. Then if the nurse or the physiotherapy is going to play a supportive role, then they should have learned how to play their role right from when they were acquiring the knowledge and then later bring it to the team. I like what one of our speakers talked about research. This time around, people are even interested in, when you do research, they want to see the role each of the professional played in the research that will make it valid. So, having said that, I'm saying that to enhance interprofessional collaboration in education and healthcare, we should take whatever we are training them to do to the lowest level, to the earliest level. In fact, it is recommended that you are doing that before they form a mindset and a bias against each other. Actually, what we are dealing with healthcare, the challenge we are going through now is that we have been trained on a parallel path. And when you try to bring us together to form a team, each person is dragging on what their role is in the team. And the good thing is that the college have been structured right now to have, once you come from science, you enter basic medical sciences. And after that, you enter basic clinical sciences before you enter the full clinical aspect. And I agree with you that if you look at the structure, after the basic clinical sciences, basic medical sciences, the other aspect of the college that is called basic medical sciences are actually in clinical science. And that can give you part of the challenge of not being able to access hospital, because the way your curriculum will go and your program will go, you are essentially a department inside university. If you have no business with the hospital, you will not be allowed to enter. Maybe I will also recommend at this point that you may have to work more with simulation and other health training methods. Then bring them back to come and participate in internship inside the hospital. You know, the hospital also have a limit to what they can handle. Do you know that the medical and dental students, for example, that do posting are already a challenge when you combine them with residency training? And most of the departments in basic medical science, the number of students they have, if they were to come into the clinic, and we say, okay, let's expose them to clinic, they overwhelm even the regular medicals you want to put there. So you might find that the best you can do with your facility now is to develop a training method that will help them do more of simulation and training. Then when they come back for internship, the hospital will not take the capacity that they can expose for internship to now collaborate with the clinicians on ground. Okay. So that's a general comment. Then specifically for the competencies, I found that if we say we are translating interprofessional education to play collaborative role, we should also put the competencies for people to collaborate in them, starting with the role. Research have shown that even the doctors, medical students in training, emphasize that what they need most was communication. They did not see any challenge with recognizing their values. They did not see challenge with recognizing their role and capabilities or teamwork. They just felt that they should know more about communication. But really, when it was looked deeply, it found that if those who are trained that does not understand what value and ethics are, they will not have respect for the other health professionals. So we are not advising that medical students should be trained that they are going to play a leadership role, and they should learn how to communicate and respect other health workers. You just have to learn it from the lower level, that these other members are your health team members. I would like to round up by just saying these two things. One, that in terms of collaboration, we need to make whatever we are doing to be patient-centered care. We should be able to address our differences, our areas of professional conflict. We should be able to build trust in one another on our competencies. We should be able to, people should be able to stick to the role. I'm worried where we try to expose everybody to what we are supposed to learn. And after the training, people still go there and practice what they were not supposed to practice. So if you see a lot of barricades on the way, it's because we observe that the person that was in the team that's supposed to be a nurse, when he graduates, he becomes a doctor. While the person that's supposed to be a pharmacist in the team, look at the team role. There's diagnostician, there's the one that prescribes, there's the one that's going to give the medication, and there's the one that's going to attend to the patient. Do they come out after the training and in practice stay with their role? That's my submission, that we should actually stick to the role we are supposed to play in the team and then target a better patient care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Morogie, as the last speaker, last but not the least, the speaker, because more contributions will continue afterwards. Yeah, you contributed your points as regards interprofessional education, starting from teaching, learning, practice, and research that should involve all the various professional disciplines, in the institution, in the college, which should aim to input competencies and capacity in the students. And in the training, in the attitude of training the groups, if it is the plan that medical students, when they graduate as medical doctors, should be the leaders in the health sector, there should be adequate input of competence for that. And then also adequate input for followership for others. Now, I don't want to go too much into this matter, because maybe start spanking this thing. So, they have to learn to respect others. And that is the duty of a leader, if it works out that way. And respect others and communicate well, communicate with respect. And put their positions as people who are true leaders, not persons who are found wanting. And that has to do with the amount of learning they have put themselves into. Then of recent, I want to summarize the other things you said from what happened recently at Okene Polytechnic, where the provost also came out to say that with the Japa syndrome, that government should start training the medical lab scientists and medical SLT people, not lab scientists, medical science lab technologists to perform the duties of doctors and nurses. So that is where we may enter into serious chaos. So while we are collaborating, one eye should be open and the other eye should be closed. So we have to thank you very much, all the panelists. Thank you, thank you.
Please, a round of applause for all of them. Now remember, this is actually a symposium, so what they have done is the first part of it. Now I think we'll just have a situation whereby for the next 10 minutes, I think that we have the collaborators there. They should look each other eyeball to eyeball. I'm going to give an opportunity for each of them to give what I will call a hard bite to one chosen person who will respond. Because we're talking about collaboration. So now look at yourselves eyeball to eyeball from the different aspects of the health sector, the nurse, the physiotherapist, the dentist, and the physician. And then ask the other person a pertinent question that has to do with collaboration and interdisciplinary collaboration and healthcare. So let's start with you, Professor Okafor. Okay, you don't understand what? Okay. Yes, we've spoken about it. Many times we find that one group of professionals has something probably that it thinks is impeding collaboration from the other side. So just choose either the dental, physiotherapist, or somebody and give a hard bite so that the person can respond.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity.
This is just the initial part, and then after that, obviously, we'll get to the audience.
If we agree that patience is the key in the health sector, and I believe
who are you addressing it to now?
Pardon?
You must pick one of them and address it to the person.
To collaborate.
Yes.
I should pick one person.
That you are directing a question to that person on the issue of collaboration and why it is not working.
Okay, fine. Why the other team is not working with my team? I don't think we have a problem with any person, because nurses are the pivot that actually are there 24/7 with the patient, and they have been trained to receive any person that comes to the hospital. And I see them just like the mother of the home. Mother has no aggression to any person. But the only thing I ask of is this. If we must work together, we must learn. If we must practice together, we must learn from the beginning how to work together. From the school, not just halfway. And that's the reason I'm emphasizing that in the hospital, that nurses should be given access, should join, because definitely we must train together, we must work together. You cannot sever the head from the body. And that is the truth. The doctors in the ward, they are the person that consult on the patients, do every other thing, but it's nurses that actually take care of the response of illness, towards illness, and the clinic. So that is exactly my take.
So I'm happy that you said that as far as you are concerned, there's great collaboration. But it's obvious that the doctors and the house officers no longer visit Golan Heights. So it therefore means that there's some degree of discollaboration. No, don't worry. That was just on the sideline. All right, Professor Sawe Omorike, your turn. Just a minute. See if you have a hard bite on any of your co-panelists.
Well, I think the way you are presenting the question, it's going to be individual experience. It may not be a thing that is professional to professional. What I think is an immediate challenge is the issue of recognizing your role. I realize that, I speak specifically now to nurses. I realize that most times the doctor and the nurse, they work together, even if there are other team members, to attend to patients. But after a while, we have two major problems with the nurses. They get to a point to do it by themselves. After all, after so many years, that I've learned that this is how it's done. And then I can do it. In fact, especially male doctor. In my own practice, I cannot employ a male nurse because it can become the my clinic. Because they have watched me do it a number of times. They quickly switch to role to become the doctor because they be assisting you to manage the patient. That's one challenge with them. The second challenge is I realize that nurses, they usually have stayed in the place for a long time. When the young doctor comes, they treat them as if they don't know anything. In fact, I just got a feedback in Central Hospital where a metro slapped a house officer, and for one day they shut hospital down. It seems like the nurses do not realize that even if it's just a doctor in internship, he's still a doctor, still playing the role of leading, even if you have been a nurse for 20 years. So why will the nurse cross his role? Because this one, because of age. The doctor is no longer in charge. You have stayed so long, he should listen to you, not the doctor taking charge. How do we address that?
All right. Well, that's supposed to be to the north, but let's take it first. Otherwise, we'll spend so much time back and forth. So, okay, Professor, okay.
Oh, you want someone else? Okay.
No.
All right, thank you, the chairman.
Just a minute or
yes, so for me, there is no serious problems. What I think is necessary, like I've said, is for, from the point of training, from the points of education, for the collaborative training to be there, such that, yes, the doctor being the leader of the team is not a problem, but it's for the doctor to understand the roles that the physiotherapists will play when those roles are necessary. There are a number of things that surgeons will need to do. You have had a patient who had a fracture, sustained associated nerve injury. Physiotherapists can play the role of doing nerve conduction studies instead of you guessing whether the patient's recovery will come or not. If it's not going to come, physiotherapist is trained to be able to do that. It's for the doctor to know that when you are confronted with that kind of thing, you have a professional in your team that you are leading that you can call up to do that at that immediate point. That you don't end up giving the patient vitamin C and say, just wait to recover. And when it's now so bad, that's when you are now thinking of what to do. So I think that's the crux of the matter as far as I'm concerned. Then a severe patient that you have, diagnosed as a physician, you are not telling the physician the patient to say, wait until after 3 weeks, when you will have settled before the patient will start physiotherapy. That's not the concept elsewhere. It's for you to know that once the fighters are good, at that point, you can, start what you need. Or a pediatrician who sees a child who has had a birth injury, S or C, and you say the child is too tender to undergo physiotherapy. That is not the rule. So it's from the course of the training for the physician to know that if this happens, a child with a birth injury does not have to wait until it's 1 month and beyond. When the muscles will have wasted, the mother will have even, pulled the child with that pulse and it has subluxed before you now refer. And then the whole thing is it has become complicated. That's the point. So from the point of training for different professionals in that team to know and appreciate the roles of one another and do appropriate, collaboration both in practice and research, so that better outcomes can be, received.
I think one big thing that you have talked about here really is that sometimes in training, which is actually the theme of today, I know that it seems as if we are now moving into practice, whereas what we're actually interested in is in education. And you have hit on it really. In the training of some other professionals in their boarding phase, are you able to impute into them the fact that there are other healthcare professionals that will need to assist you in some aspects of your care of the patient, and they need to bring them in early? So I think that's a good bite that you have been able to give. I'm sure somebody will probably address it later. Dr. Abimbola or Pajemi?
Thank you. I think it revolves around curriculum development and content for each healthcare professional. In deciding what goes into your curriculum, or you have to be sure you are not overstepping the rules that evolve around your particular profession. So in all that they've all said, I think the most important thing is to decide on what goes into your curriculum and the relevance to your practice, both at the undergraduate and the postgraduate level. What exactly do you need for your practice? As a nurse, as a physiotherapist, as a medical lab scientist, what do you require for your practice? And without necessarily overburdening your curriculum, because there's a tendency to want to do that. I want to be able to do this. You may want many things, but what do you need? So I think it's to decide on what you need to do to make your patients get better faster and to improve outcomes for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me hit on two of the chosen panelists here, and this was actually what I wanted, the issues of education. So to Professor Okafor, in the past, your nursing students, especially in the teaching hospital, had as some of their associate lecturers, many from the School of Medicine. But now it's becoming rare, and I think that it seems to be a deliberate policy to actually phase out doctors from coming in to teach your students. So is that not a negative thing that's been done to interdisciplinary collaboration in medical education? Then I will take this other one to Dr. Bimbo Pajemi again, and maybe to the dean as well. There is this emerging concept of clinical pharmacy, and for them to be clinical pharmacists, it's expected that at least they should have some clinical exposure. And for that clinical exposure, you need to touch patients, you need to see patients. And so they have requested for access to patients in the hospital and to case files to do a ward round. So, as part of interdisciplinary collaboration in medical education, what's your view on this? So I'll give 1 minute to each of you to address any of the things that comes to you. Then after that, we'll move on to the audience.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Well, I think I have to really respond first to what my dean of dentistry actually said about the nurses. I thank God I started with the history of nursing. At that initial stage, they were just like they called them handmaid of the doctors. It's just like when you marry an illiterate wife. You push her here, there, and there. As she grows, she may not accept that to you. It's mutual relationship. We need to understand that. I told you, we even have degree, postgraduate program, postdoc, and at the National Institute of Health, You have Nursing Research Institute. Ask. So with such person, the emphasis here in healthcare supposed to be promotive health. And in promotive health, like United States of America, National Institute of Health Clinical Center, the emphasis is promotive health, where you use fibroscan to actually detect disease that is not even there and ask them what to do. They are the patient. So that is a solid illustration. There is no need of probably, there is expansion of knowledge. You heard it now. If you use AI to do something or do one of these things and do, these people are really exposed. It's not by obedience. You have actually said it here. It depends on communication. In fact, I believe the better knowledge you have, the more submissive you are. Because if you get an encounter with Agbero that has no knowledge, you will finish the person's neck. So that is exactly how it is. You will not employ male nurses. Well, I don't think that is a good thing to say. It becomes very discriminatory because you are a professional. Yes, so you don't say, yeah, I'm a male nurse, and I don't think how you need to make me to go outside my nursing. I have privilege of going somewhere or staying somewhere. Even this one, our people are going outside. You limit yourself when you try to do a woman's work in a home. You go to market, you wash, you do that. There are certain things, tax sharing, tax sharing and tax, what do you call it? Hey, so, sorry, but I needed to really emphasize so that you can now understand. Don't be afraid.
Professor, okay, please. Are there issues for you? Professor, okay, nothing.
You didn't ask me. If you asked me,
Okay, that's fine.
Well, I know I have a minute, but I said that to challenge you to talk. And in the process of your talking, you still did not address the fact that some male nurses are acting as doctor with stethoscope on their neck and taking care of the patient. I agree also with you that training will make a difference, that the more the knowledge they have, the more likely they will stick to their role. I agree with you. But regarding the posting of pharmacists to hospital, I do not subscribe to that, not because it is not going to benefit them. It's the realities on ground I want us to face. Because of the limited time I had to present just now, I did not go into the details of methods of interprofessional education. Clinical patients, it's not even the basis of medical education directly again. It's supposed to be clinical case study where you can train them in that thing, create a clinical scenario, and then get them to be trained at the educational level. Or for the basic clinical level, we use the word clinical skill. Go and look at the new curriculum for NUC now. They are expecting you, before students even get to the hospital, they should have acquired clinical skill along with their basic sciences. So I feel that we have not given enough knowledge of people knowing their role to start dragging the issue of who goes to touch the hospital patient. First of all, to patient, they are still struggling with it. When we talk of those who have not been treated, you will just practically, with the way you are saying, you have converted them to doctor, the situation we are in now. Let them finish and come for internship, and they will acquire the experience. Thank you.
Okay, so it's important to always note that there are cultural differences and you must be culturally sensitive. Wherever it is that you're working, you must be culturally sensitive. So the concept of different professions, different approaches to different professions must also be culturally sensitive. In our context, there are different ways in which you can study, and the path that's presently on right now will be approached. Thank you.
In a lighter mood, I want to say something about Professor Okafor's response. How did nursing start? Florence Nightingale followed soldiers into the war front. When they were attending to the patients, she was busy comforting them, binding their wounds, and so on. So followership. Many people, many times I ask student nurses, who is Florence Nightingale? They say they don't know. Then in Nigeria here, Mary Slessor brought the earlier idea of nursing care. And we all know, remember what she did that now led to other things in hospitals and so on. Stopping killing of twins is not the only thing she did. So, and that is where, how it's supposed to, even if, yes, medical students and nurses should train together and so on and so forth, we agree. But it was happening. I was, at least, I was part-time lecturer in School of Nursing, UBTH, as a resident. Okay, sorry, I'll soon. Yeah, but let me just jump and talk more important thing. Now,
I want to ask questions.
We used to do ward round together.
I want to ask questions.
Nurses and nurses and doctors used to do ward round together. Ask questions sometimes. As a medical student, if you fail a question and the nurse gets it, they will take your stethoscope and hand over to the nurse. And you understand? So like that. But suddenly, the nurses say they are now independent and absconded themselves from the usual harmonious relationship between doctors and nurses. I attended one comedy session by Gregory Akabog in Port Harcourt those days. He asked a question. If anybody gets it, the person will get 100 naira. If a doctor marries a nurse, what would they born? People were saying this. Gregory Akabog will later say, you failed it. Doctor marrying us, we produce patient. So, okay, my chairman. Where are you, my chairman? Please, audience is open to you for contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for panelists for setting the tone for the discussion. So I am not sure I heard much about collaboration in terms of paper writing. So I want to speak to the criteria that we use in Uniben, which I think is discouraging collaborations. So you find out that you either have me alone, or it's me and you, you and me and you and me. We are looking for 2 points here, 2 points there. I think that that is killing collaboration, and then I think that that's something that we should talk about in this gathering. With nurses and doctors, and so if I speak to what my chairman has said, what has stopped or what has reduced is social collaboration, but I think that professional collaboration is still going on. So what we say is that communication is key. If as a young doctor, you respect your seniors, they teach you a lot of things. I did my house job in Baptist Hospital. The nurses taught us so many things. They teach you both the things that you are supposed to know as a doctor because they've been there, and even how to navigate your chiefs because they know them. So it's about the fact that you are a doctor doesn't mean that you start insulting a nurse. Respect the nurse. We are taught that when you come into a ward, you greet the nurse because that she's the owner of the ward. But the nurse, an older nurse, should also respect the doctor. As a matter of fact, I just believe that human beings should respect themselves, even a child. So if we work with that way, we respect one another, we won't have the kind of conflicts that we're having. That said, I think that our major problem in this country is that our laws do not, either they are not enforceable or we are not enforcing them. That is why a nurse or a physiotherapist will start treating a patient when he or she is not supposed to do that. Everybody knows their role, and you stay on your lane. As a matter of fact, that's how it's said. Stay on your lane. If you stay on your lane, I stay on my lane, nobody will be having issues. That's the reason why clinical pharmacy in Nigeria is dead on arrival, because they are not doing clinical pharmacy. Yes, you say you have community pharmacies that are diagnosing, setting up a drip in the pharmacy and all of that. And we have some terrible complications coming out of that. So I think that if the country matures to the point where we enforce rules and people know their lane and stay on their lane, teaching, physiotherapy coming or pharmacy coming to see what is being done will not be a problem. Thank you.
The chairman and the House, all protocols duly observed. I just want to all the presenters for the points that I've made. They've touched on many aspects of this very important aspect of collaboration between professionals. Some of the things I wanted to say, Professor Mrs. Sado has discussed them. So I just to know that if we have to enhance collaboration, we have to know the challenges facing those collaboration in order to be able to overcome them. And interprofessional bias is a serious problem that we need to know. And then the aspect of maintaining defined rules is also very important. Now, I remember as a House officer, people like the Metron Ojegba and all that in SBU then, how they used to teach us certain things and how we used to know work. And when you want to even set line or do something as a House officer, in Metron we will come and assist you. But what seems to be happening over time is that, I don't know whether ego or something, we have begun to lose touch of that, and it now looks as if, well, I'm much older and older, so you cannot ask me to do this or do that, to assist you. So you look for, if there's no younger nurse to assist, then do it alone, if your assistant want to set line or do something. So those things are beginning to bring that, you know, that demarcation, and it's going to pull the professionals, you know, apart. So, for example, ward rounds, which you, when you want to do a ward round, you see that the nurses will accompany you during the ward round, and that again is reducing. And in academic aspect too, even during maybe we have meetings that involve doctors, nurses in the hospital. Some of those meetings, those academic where we need to have their inputs. At times when you ask for their input, you won't get any input. You invite them from those programs too, they hardly also come. So I think if we are going to enhance this collaboration, then we actually begin to look into this aspect of how we all, you know, can work together to improve healthcare. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, the panelists. My own is comments and questions. You see, for instance, if we have, let's say, 10 medical students, 10 nursing students, and I see that nursing students from all over Edo State are coming to UBTH, you have resident doctors, like 50 people to a patient in the ward. Is that not scary? So we must even think more about simulation and just a little patient contact while we are training. Because even when all of them come with you, how many are really seeing what is happening? Because I can remember as a doctor, until I became a senior registrar, I don't used to see what they are doing. Because you will be student, a registrar, before you even get close to the consultant performing the procedure. So population of people are increasing. For the interprofessional knowledge, I think our way out, as we are talking about now, is that I think like when we have seminars, even if we are not talking about training, that people from other fields can be invited to come and give you a talk. Because if the trainers are already gaining the knowledge, then it can be transmitted to students. I give you one example of what happened. Somebody transmitted to me. See this. This guy is specialist in oral medicine. And their patient in radiotherapy, he has always told them, please send your patient to me before radiotherapy. But the people are not taking it serious. What he did is that he constituted what he was going to give. He just needed a patient because they will not have the full cost because of the oral mucositis. So for this patient, he just gave the patient his own course of treatment, and the patient went through all the courses. Now the patients are not even waiting for the oncologist to come to oral medicine before the oncologist now realize that that is the way to go. So sometimes we can be arguing. You can use that as a template. Oh, these people are not bringing their patient. I will come to your department. Give me one patient as a case study. Let us even attend to this patient and let us see the difference it can make. That difference will change everything. It's practical evidence. So that we will not be talking about it over and over and over again. That is the one scenario. Then the other one is coming to those departments, give them talk and let them try to implement it. But much more than that. What I even think, yes, we can be saying doctor, nurses, physiotherapy. Even inside us, there's even conflict between the dividing lines. And one of the major questions, because I will give an example, somebody will say, but that is not your area. He said, you will not teach me where my area is. Because he's now a very big professor, you are a small professor asking me. He said, you don't teach me where my area. Does everybody not know the dividing? Because we don't do like when we are scheduling our curriculum, our practice, we don't do like public hearing that all of us that are stakeholders are going to sit. As you present this, we say, no, you're overstepping your boundary. I gave an example like when Edo State was trying to schedule their regulation about the practices, nursing practice, doctor practice, and all the professionals were invited. That Akoria was the commissioner at that time. We attended. So they say, this will be done in the nursing home. This will be done in the midwifery home. There were conflicts there, and it was all explained, and everything was resolved. For instance, they are going to check blood sugar and this. And the medical lab scientist shouted that the nurse cannot do it. He said, no, that is point of care test. It's not the diagnostic test. So we must gather. When we are talking about all this, our curriculum, you will say it. Let us be sure you are actually on your line, your streamline. Then the next most important is competence. If the doctor that is trained is not that confident and competent, it's already a problem. The nurse that is working with him will be jittery. So we be sure of who we are training. The nurse, you sure that when you say nurse deliver this, you will deliver. When you say you are sending this person to physiotherapist, you are sure you are going to get good results. Not plenty of these our students and graduates, they are all on their phone. Even when patient is in front of them, they are on their phone up and down, not delivering what they are supposed to deliver. And topmost on it is communication, because I kept on telling my resident and house officer, patient is our king. Even if the hospital has limitation, water is not running, no light, please tell this patient why we have not started seeing you is because we have not been able to sterilize. Once we are able to sterilize, we start seeing you, so that the patient know that they are not just wasting their time. Oh, can I come back tomorrow? Okay, we can rebook you, okay, for next week, so that you can go for that. Because if you wait till 12 o'clock, you now say you cannot see them, you're unable to sterilize. That's conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Asoto. Hi.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's finish the first call. Yes, go on.
I have a question from, I think, the student's perspective. And my question is this. A lot has been said since the beginning of the conference, all geared towards a better medical education for all of us. I am particular about the role of mentorship for medical doctors. Quite a lot of responsibility is placed on the medical doctor. Like we said, we are the leaders of the health team, and I think more attention should be placed still on the training, more than the educational or the academic aspect of it. There is need for proper tutorship and mentorship of medical doctors, even as we are being trained to become doctors or physicians, because prior to now, except for now that the government is trying to change things, it's usually encouraged that students come in at a mature age to study medicine, and eventually, if they come through that, they can better make informed decisions. But from my own observation, a lot of these things are lacking, and as such, is the reason why we can still have, to a large extent, some doctors being graduated and they are not confident enough to have gone through the proper training to stand the test or the demands or the pressures of the medical practice. My own concern is just the room for mentoring medical doctors during the training intentionally. Thank you, sir.
That's Wisdom, the president of the Medical Students Association of the University of Benin. All right.
Thank you. Just quickly, my own comments. I know from the comments of every other person, it seems this issue of interprofessional rivalry or whatever is just between the doctors and other professionals. But I think it actually goes beyond that, because even amongst the other professionals, they still have some of these challenges of interprofessional bias. Because I remember when we were training, even at the pharmacy, we had pharmacists and we had pharmacy technicians. But now the pharmacists don't even want to see the technicians in the pharmacy. Same thing in the laboratory. We had the laboratory scientists and we had the laboratory technologists. But now in the hospital, the medical laboratory scientists have said they don't want to see the laboratory technicians or technologists in the hospital laboratories. So it's an issue, like we have all said, an issue of mutual suspicion, everybody trying to protect their own turf. But if we really remember that everybody has their role to play, now like Professor Sad said, there are laws that are maintained to ensure that we all keep to what we need to do, then I don't think we will have so much problem relating with one another. That's just the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
You very much. And the last person, Professor Isara. Isara.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We all know the problems. And the issue about not just medical education now, most things in Nigeria, if not all, implementation, and people mutilating extant rules and implementing what they want to implement. That is the problem. It begins from there. But as a college, let us begin to do some things right. Let us tell ourselves the truth. When Professor Kayode was talking, Professor Oke, he said physiotherapy is a clinical science, and that is correct. That is correct. But what do we have here? If you listen to Professor Kunofa's lecture yesterday, when he mentioned basic medical sciences, there are 3 departments: anatomy, biochemistry, and physiology. But what do we have in University of Benin? That is not what we have. Radiotherapy is a clinical science. So the departments of physiotherapy, radiotherapy should be in School of Medicine, not basic medical sciences. They are clinical science. So as a college, provost, is the provost here? Let us begin to correct some things. Let us do what we are supposed to do and leave basic medical science for those 3, that faculty. Let's leave it for those 3 departments. Let the clinical sciences go to clinical sciences. If we don't do that, these whole problems will continue. Because there is even a school in this country that has a college of nursing, so that they can be deans, they can be all the other things. So if you know somebody in position, you create something for yourself and you say, this is our own. Let us begin to correct these things, because implementation is our issue, and in mutilating extant rules, we are specialists in that. Thank you.
I want to thank all of us for I think most of them really are comments and may not require response. I don't think there's any person that, all right, so we'll just, okay, just one response, okay. Not more than 1 minute, please. Good. Not more than 1 minute per person, please.
So, thank you, and I'll just take 1 minute.
All
and
right.
I want to speak to mentorship and leadership, because that's very key. First, I want to acknowledge my mentor, Professor Ambrose Issa. He's a great mentor. He's a clinical pharmacologist, an ombudsman, and an arbiter of clinical pharmacology. And why is this important? Because many of the times when we go forward round, Prof would insist, he would examine the patient. He had this stethoscope that has two heads, and when you are listening, he's listening. And it can tell you to a point whether what you're hearing is what you're really hearing. And it goes beyond, like you said, it goes beyond teaching. It goes beyond just telling you what to do. It comes forward, it sees his patient. When you're on call with Professor Ambrose Issa, you know that you are on call because he will call you all through the night. And so it's important that even for all healthcare professionals, we must show mentorship, not just in patient care, but also in research. So I agree with Professor Azodo, we must begin to look at between ourselves and to other persons and try to start creating pathways where we can collaborate with people other than those in our discipline. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just a quick rider to that. I know on Friday, yes, I know Provost obviously will give you the mic. On Friday, there is the induction ceremony, oath-taking ceremony for our students. It's on Friday this week, and I happen to be the guest speaker, and I will be addressing something like this, the issue of mentorship. So, it's in Seri building inside UBTH. So I invite all TEDFund building, the TEDFund block inside UBTH. So I invite you and all the others to be there. We intend to speak on things like this, and also the issue of respect for other professionals. We are talking to the new medical graduates. So I encourage all of us to endeavor to be there. Professor Morigi, please.
Thank you. I'll be quick. The curriculum does not incorporate directly interprofessional educational competencies for us to train. But I will advise that those of us who are trainers to go and learn the competencies for interprofessional education and the competencies for interprofessional collaboration. So that when you are teaching, deliberately be instilling in those you are training what they need to be able to collaborate, both in terms of learning, research, and in terms of practice. The second thing I just feel like reading out is the idea of communication as a competence in training and teamwork states that you should be able to communicate in a responsive, responsible, respectful, and compassionate manner to your team member. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Omariga has dashed me part of his 1 minute, so please, if I take more than 1 minute, don't. Well, I just want to respond to, I like what Professor Sado Mrs. Said, but I also want to say that in terms of research, like you said, I mean, I'm just going to be giving examples. When I was in UBTH as a clinician, I've actually got involved in, like we also said, Professor Asodo, in clinical meetings, clinical ward rounds, even to your department, if you remember, you know, that such that some of this information and collaboration can be established and be shared. And I mean, my CV can say it. I've been involved in studies, published studies with orthopedic surgeon, Professor Udo on neurosurgery, and late Professor Regi. You know, in fact, my PhD work was on type 2 diabetes mellitus, and we published like 4 papers together from it. So it's, and when you're having problem about who is going to be first author or second author, what we're looking at is I use our patient, you know, and all that. So she also has to have credit, you know. So some she will be first, I'll put myself second. Some I'll be first, she'll be second, and those other collaborators and other. Then please also permit me to talk about scope of practice. Like I said, if our education for our students at student level had made them to understand what their scopes and roles are, I think some of this conflict will also be less. It may not be zero, but I mean, it will be so less. And I'll give you an example of sport medicine practice. By the grace of God, I've worked with national athletes for more than 13 years. There you have physicians, you have surgeons, you have physiotherapists. We don't have, you know, problems. I know what, because it's already stated on the guidelines. So I know if my athlete had an eye injury that is swollen, I know what my limits are. That I cannot, even though I know cryotherapy will address inflammation, I know the parts where I'm not supposed to. So if the next person he sees is the team physician. So if these things are put properly and is documented, I think we'll have less conflict and things will be better. And it will give our patients better outcome, and the training will also be better from the training point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I have to really start again by thanking the provost for putting these things together. But my submission here is that I want to make this thing clear. There is nothing like auxiliary nurse. Don't train one, and at the end of the day, it now becomes a doctor for you. And that is the truth. And it's not the nurse that trains auxiliary nurse. So, and again, you will find that some people, because out of their own will, they will train a male nurse. Look at the issue. No, not a male person with ordinary certificate. Look at the one that did operation. It's not a nurse. It's who trained the person? It's the doctor. Because you want to delegate your responsibility to other person. You want to run 2 clinics. You say the male nurse, you should not act. You will keep on acting. Hey, so that one. So I will urge the provost, sir, to develop a college curriculum that the learning domain will be 1, teamwork, 2, roles and responsibility, communication, learning and critical reflections, relationship with and recognizing patients' need. The college should be client and patient centered, not an individual, because power comes from God, and that is the truth. And beside that, ethical practice. We should know our ethics. We have ethics and values. What are you there for? So those are the things. And again, let me touch this one lastly. Issues of clinical rand. Honestly speaking, it beats me hollow. Like requests I made before. Actually, I'm the pioneer HOD of this Department of Nursing. I know what I went through for us to get access to PTH. I actually made this comment. Daniel, Matthew, and Bartholomew. That thing went around for a very long time. People don't understand the meaning. The meaning is that Department of Dentistry, Medicine, and Basic Medical Sciences are supposed to be under college, which belongs to UBTH, which is supposed to be the laboratories of all these areas. But unfortunately, Daniel and Matthew, that is Medicine and Dentistry, use the place. So when we want to go back there, we are asked to pay tenement rate by the place. So how then? Supposing we have a place there, I cannot see any of my students staying aloof without paying attention for a word round. No, it will not happen. But I'm not there. I cannot be everywhere. So until you give us a place there, my provost, because I mentioned Professor Samo, used to be the provost and the chief medical director of UBTH. I was just a small nurse then. So I don't know what has gone wrong. You have to create a space for us so that we can monitor our students well. Thank you very much.
All right. So I've requested the chairman to let me use the 30 seconds of Professor Morigida. I didn't use. No, I've asked the chair. Okay, permission. Sorry, just 30 seconds. Response to what Professor Isara said. Please, Provost, sir, this is directed to you. I've also discussed this with you one-on-one. Go to University of Ibadan, go to University of Lagos and other, earlier universities. Department of Physiotherapy is not under basic medical sciences. And I still say that, sir, the physiotherapy is a clinical science and belongs to clinical faculty. And I think if this is done, some of those issues that I've bothered you a few times about that, clinical access, special posting and all that would be addressed, and training will be better. Communication will also be better, and it will foster better relationship. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Professor Mori.
Well, you used my time. I didn't tell you that I was really talking. Well, mine is I just want to recommend that the college, you see, the CC mark or the curriculum has been approved, but we can create a workshop for IPE, that is interprofessional education and interprofessional collaboration competencies, so that different professionals will come during that time at the earliest level, 200 level, not more than 300 level. In fact, 200 level is better, because 300 level they are thinking of exams. They will not listen to anything. 200 level when there's no exam, even if it's second semester, you call different professionals to talk about the professional values and ethics, talk about responsibilities, role and responsibility, talk about communication between the head team, talk about the team goal. Once we do that, like you do a workshop, it's not an exam that they do. All the courses, because all the people that are going to do nursing, they're all in basic science. We can take it there as a routine. The recommendation is early exposure to this program. They will solve a major problem, because the bias, once it is formed, what is what we are saying, people will find their path.
Thank you very much. So the provost, sir, please, your very quick remarks. Immediately after the provost hand out the plaques to the presenters, I will call upon each person to hand them out. And after that, there will be a photo session of all those who have made presentations, along with the provost and the chairman of the local organizing committee. Provost, sir.
Thank you. I don't even know where to start from. Everybody seems to be calling provost. I called for the meeting, and why I'm happy is that the panelists seem to have spoken to that. Yes, they understand why I called for the meeting, and it seemed like we have made some headway. It may not be a giant leap, but we certainly have made some headway. Some things have come to the fore that I need to address. Some suggestions, I've taken them in, we'll begin to implement them. It became clear to everybody that we have an issue of trust in the health space. There's an issue of trust. Certain things had happened in the past by our brothers, elder brothers, you know, the older ones, from which we inherited and are having difficulties from separating. And that is why we need to separate, because we must separate to move forward. We had put this together thinking that we were going to look at areas of collaboration with regards to research. But unfortunately, we went to the ones, they say it's the place where you have injury that is closer to the fire. So they brought it forward, but I want to refocus us. I'm clear I heard from Okafor, I hear you clearly, Professor Oke, about your demands and so on, especially in the university. We have made some progress with radiography. We'll probably borrow the same thing. But something came out here which I think you have latched onto, that the other professionals, medicine, dentistry, need to be satisfied that some of the things you say you are doing in the hospital is not impinging in their areas. I think we need to address that, because if they perceive it, they may not talk to you. I like the way we are talking to each other openly. I wish we had more of, people here, so that if we don't talk, we can't make progress. Sometimes you need to quarrel, fight, slap people when the door is closed, and then you come and start smiling, and then things get better. So I don't want anybody to see the decibel level rising, meaning that we are not cooperating. I think we are making progress. So we'll continue to push your case in the hospital. Some of these things you are expecting will come with